Sebastian Vettel and Red Bull Racing had dominated Formula One for the last 4 seasons. ...2013 saw the end of the V8 era. But 2014 heralded a brand new dawn for Formula One.
I strongly dislike coming second to Lewis.
Warn him, that was not on! My brake pedal's gone off.
Yes, thank you!
Have you talked with Nico since the race?
No.
I fully understand that he's not happy.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not slowing down for Nico.
But what about amending bridges with your friend?
Well, we're not friends. We're now fierce competitors. This is business, and we're here to win.
For the first time since the late 80s, turbos were back. But this time they were more sophisticated than their predecessors and pushed the boundaries of technology. Formula One now focuses on efficiency and energy recovery without losing performance and power. The engine is now one of 6 components that make up the new power unit. The 2014 power units consist of a 1.6-litre V6 internal combustion engine that is rev-limited to 15,000 RPM, a turbocharger which exists to get more air into the engine and create more power, and an energy recovery system known as ERS. The ERS features an energy store which, like a battery, retains energy recovered, then uses it to propel the car using the MGU Kinetic, one of 2 motor generator units. This is attached to the engine crankshaft and converts kinetic energy recovered under braking into electrical energy. It provides a potential 160 brake horsepower performance boost for around 30 seconds, far more than the previous KERS systems. The MGU heat is connected to the turbocharger and converts heat or exhaust gas energy into electrical energy. This energy can be stored or sent directly to the MGU Kinetic to be used instantly. All of this is regulated by the control electronics, known as the brain of the car. This has huge implications for the racing, strategy and driving style in 2014. Under acceleration, the MGU heat acts as a generator. It can recover energy from the exhaust and send it directly to the MGU Kinetic or to the energy store. The MGU Kinetic acts as a motor and delivers additional power to accelerate the car or save fuel, depending on the chosen strategy. The MGU Kinetic operates as a generator unit, capturing some of the kinetic energy wasted under braking to recharge the energy store unit. This is similar to KERS. On the exit of braking, the MGU heat briefly acts as a motor to accelerate the turbo to its optimum speed to prevent what is traditionally known as turbo lag. Over the course of a lap, the driver will have managed the harvesting of energy. This can be called upon to increase the power output of the internal combustion engine, for example, to overtake. The driver now has 120 kilowatts or 160 horsepower of extra boost available for around 30 seconds, compared to 60 kilowatts or 80 horsepower for 7 seconds from last season's KERS. The biggest shake-up for a generation represented a huge technical challenge for teams, drivers and engine manufacturers. It was a voyage into the unknown and there was huge anticipation when the cars were unveiled. Would Red Bull remain on top? Mercedes was runner-up in 2013. Their power unit was designed and developed in conjunction with their chassis. This integrated approach meant they were able to maximize their power unit without compromising aerodynamic performance. The Mercedes power unit had both good pace and reliability, and this benefited their customer teams, Williams, Force India, and McLaren. Ferrari looked to be best of the non-Mercedes powered teams, but they were yet to achieve the most out of their power unit, and there were question marks about the handling of the F14T. For their customer teams, things were more difficult. Marussia was hit with reliability issues, while Sauber encountered numerous glitches throughout the pre-season tests. Renault Sport powered Caterham, Lotus, and for the first time, Toro Rosso. Red Bull and Renault's highly successful partnership began in 2007 and yielded 4 consecutive driver and constructors' championships. So they had high expectations for 2014. Testing is the time to push the cars to the limit in preparation for the new season. And it can be, well, testing. Nobody escaped without some kind of problem. But Lotus struggled more than most. They opted to miss the first test and completed the least mileage of all the teams. The first race in Melbourne would be challenging at best. They suffered a variety of problems, but what was evident was that Renault was on the back foot relative to their Mercedes counterparts. And for once, the reigning champions looked to be in serious trouble after numerous issues hampered their winter regime. The faults couldn't be attributed to one particular component, and it was clear that there would be rocky times ahead. Radical rule changes often shake up the order, and with a car designed around what seemed to be the best engine, Mercedes looked to be the team to beat. But even if one team pulled clear of the rest of the field, they couldn't afford to take their foot off the pedal, with double points on offer at the season finale in Abu Dhabi. From 2014, it will be much easier to identify the drivers. Each driver has chosen a number between 2 and 99, which will remain with him throughout his F1 career. Kamui Kobayashi returned to F1 with Caterham after a year out and was joined by Swedish rookie Marcus Ericsson. Marussia retained their 2013 lineup of Jules Bianchi and Max Chilton and hoped their Ferrari partnership would help score them their first points in F1. Valtteri Bottas stayed at Williams and was joined by Felipe Massa, while a shake-up of the engineering department brought a positive outlook to the Mercedes-powered team. Toro Rosso took on F1's youngest driver, Daniel Kvyat, while Jean-Eric Vergne knew it was make or break for him in his 3rd season with the team. Adrian Sutil made the leap from Force India to Sauber to line up with Esteban Gutierrez, who was retained for another season. Force India wanted to break out of the midfield and take on the top runners. Nico Hülkenberg returned to the fold alongside former McLaren driver Sergio Perez. Danish rookie and son of Jan, Kevin Magnussen moved to McLaren and hoped to learn from the highly experienced 2009 world champion Jenson Button. Lotus hoped to pick up where they left off in 2013 with Romain Grosjean. He was joined by one-time Williams race winner Pastor Maldonado. Kimi Räikkönen returned to Ferrari and hoped to repeat their title-winning partnership of 2007. But with Fernando Alonso gunning for a third championship, their pairing looked to be one to watch. Mercedes set the standard in testing. They retained their lineup of Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton and hoped to go one better than their runners-up slot of 2013. Daniel Ricciardo stepped up from Toro Rosso to join Sebastian Vettel at Red Bull. The reigning champions had their work cut out to defend their titles. Once the long, hard slog of winter testing was over, it was showtime in Melbourne. There was plenty of speculation, but no one really knew how the innovative cars would fare in true racing conditions. It wasn't just the power units. The 2014 machines looked very different, thanks to new regulations concerning the height of the noses and the width of the front wings. The teams explored a variety of solutions.
Ferrari have gone for quite a different concept. The front of their nose is as low as possible. It's as wide as the regulations allow, and basically the airflow spills over the top of this nose and goes underneath the car that way. Now, any air spilling that way will give you lift in that surface, but it must overall create more downforce on the total car, so they must be happy with this. Again, some of the details on the nose is all about producing better airflow to the back of the car. And if you look at the front wing end plate and some of the developments, this is a new front wing end plate here, much bigger slot gaps into it to allow that airflow to stay attached. On this one down below here, we can see much smaller slot gaps. Now, slightly different characteristics for different circuits. And the main reason for this is because the front wheel sits right in here behind the front wing. And when that's steered, it opens up the gap behind the front wing. And if you don't have good airflow underneath that section of the car, you get very inconsistent downforce, especially mid-corner when you have maximum steering lock on the car. So it's very important to get consistent front downforce when the front wheel is steered. Just the detail they have to go to get that for different circuits, because every circuit has a different steering angle requirement. If you take Red Bull and Mercedes, they hide their noses away until practice starts. They don't want other people looking at them and seeing the detail of their front wing. As for Red Bull, they've gone opposite to Ferrari. They've got the nose as high as possible within the regulations, and then they hang this pontoon or this keel down underneath it to comply with the crash test regulation. This means that the bottom of the nose is much further away from the front wing, allowing better and cleaner airflow to get to the underneath of the car, to allow the underfloor to actually create more downforce. The airflow coming off that front wing and through that gap between the front wheels is what makes the underfloor work. Vitally important to a Formula One as far as its overall performance is concerned. To me, the Red Bull concept looks pretty good. The Mercedes nose section, again, the height of it, the crash test area, is where the regulations require it to be, 185 millimetres from the bottom of the car. So it's to the letter of the law as such. And that gap between the nose and the front wing is a little bit smaller than some, so that area is something that you can improve on. As far as the Lotus nose is concerned, they've gone their own way, and probably what you could call the simpler way. What they've really done is taken the two front wing mounting pillars and made them wider. Now, this pillar on the right-hand side, the driver's right-hand side, has to be at least 90 millimetres wide to comply with the crash test regulation, and the one on the driver's left-hand side is the same width, but a little bit shorter, because you're not allowed them to both be the same length, or else it confuses the crash test. So, simpler route altogether, taking the air in between those two pillars underneath the middle of the car. Not so sure about this concept myself, because you can't do so much with the wing mounting pillars now to realign that airflow. So it's a simple route, but I don't think it's as effective as some of the others we've seen.
The first qualifying of the new era got going under cloudy skies. Grosjean's abysmal weekend showed no sign of abating. The rain arrived as forecast. Then an off for Maldonado ensured both Lotus cars were knocked out of Q1. Kobayashi made it through in the Caterham after a year out of Formula One. The rain continued through Q2. Raikkonen was compromised by traffic, then crashed out before he could attempt to make it into the top 10. It had been a difficult weekend, but his accident meant trouble for Magnussen and Vettel, who were also trying to avoid the drop zone. The McLaren improved, but Vettel failed to make the cut. 3 world champions failed to bag a top 10 start at the season opener, and so it was down to some newer faces to show them how it was done. Toro Rosso new boy Daniel Kvyat made a mistake, but still lined up an excellent 8th. Hamilton was on provisional pole, but it wasn't over yet. Rosberg was on a fast lap. He was first to cross the line for the final time and went quicker than his teammate. While Ricciardo took a gamble on Inters and was out to impress. Daniel sent the crowd wild when he jumped to the top of the timesheets. But just seconds later, Hamilton on full wets pipped him to pole position. The first of 2014. Daniel narrowly missed out on a home turf pole, but it was his first front row start.
After Jerez, someone had said you'd be on the front row here in Australia. What would you have said?
You dream, and yeah, it was really nice, really nice. I think even if they would have said we would have got to qualifying and not had any, breakdowns, would have, already was a bit of an understatement for us. So anyways, really happy. Front row is awesome. Wet conditions, the car showed really good pace. So let's see how we go tomorrow. But so far the weekend's been really, really promising for the team, and very pleased for them.
Stalling Marussias caused 2 aborted starts, so they joined Grosjean in the pit lane. 2014 was a brand new turbo age for Formula One, and there was huge anticipation for lights out at the Australian Grand Prix. Hamilton didn't get away well, but Rosberg was flying from 3rd. Magnussen was lucky to cling on, but Kobayashi had a technical failure, clipped Raikkonen and speared into the back of Massa. Rosberg pulled clear at the front, while Ricciardo locked horns with Hamilton. Then it was Magnussen and Hulkenberg. Nico piled the pressure on Kevin, but that left him vulnerable to attack from Alonso behind. A spinning Gutierrez meant Vettel had to take avoiding action. This wasn't going to be an easy afternoon for the reigning champion. Hamilton was easy prey for Magnussen, while Hulkenberg got his own back on Alonso. It had been a disastrous start for Caterham and Williams. Kobayashi and Massa hadn't even made it round the first corner. A fast-starting Rosberg came through from 3rd and blitzed the opposition, but Kobayashi's out-of-control Caterham caused carnage. A misfiring cylinder forced Lewis to park in the garage after completing just 2 laps. He wasn't the only big name forced out of the race. After 9 consecutive wins, Vettel retired after a misfire on the power unit. Bottas started 15th following the gearbox change. Now he tackled 6th placed Raikkonen.
This is mega, Valtteri. Good work.
The car had pace. Now he chased Alonso. But pushed too hard and had to make another pit stop. The detached tyre brought out the safety car. With some emergency repairs, he would at least see the checkered flag, but a podium finish had been well within his grasp. Race leader Rosberg was in. When he rejoined, he was still at the front of the field. While Maldonado's challenging weekend finally came to a close. It wasn't the Lotus debut he had wanted. Thanks to the earlier safety car, Button was sixth when he pitted for the medium tyres. Could the team capitalise again by going for this early second stop, despite losing the tip of the nose cone? Bottas climbed back through the field, and a mistake from the other flying Finn allowed Valtteri to seize fifth until he made his final trip to the pits. Alonso had spent much of the race behind Hulkenberg. Now, on lap 35, he made his second stop. Button's well-timed visit to the pits had paid off. He leapfrogged Verne and Hulkenberg, and now Fernando also jumps the Force India. Ricciardo's final stop dropped him to third until Magnussen pitted again. But it was game over for Lotus. Bottas showed no sign of slowing down. Now he found a way round Hulkenberg. One lap later, and Raikkonen finally got ahead of Verne for eighth. Could he close on Hulkenberg too? Rosberg's Mercedes was in a class of its own. He took the checkered flag nearly 25 seconds ahead of his rivals.
That's it. Well done, Nico. Well done. Good job.
Yes! Come on, guys. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant. What a car you've given me. What a car. Unbelievable.
Ricciardo justified his promotion from Toro Rosso and was a crowd-pleasing second. While Magnussen became the first Danish driver to reach the podium.
It's all a bit of a blur right now. That's really cool. Wow.
That was brilliant, mate. I think we can see a smile from here.
Rosberg's win secured his place at the top of the championship, while Magnussen matched Hamilton's McLaren debut in 2007, and Jenson Button was a well-ventilated fourth. Sixth place for Bottas gave the team more points than they scored for the whole of 2013, and Hulkenberg stayed ahead of Raikkonen. Mercedes and Red Bull paid for only getting one car each to the checkered flag, so that put McLaren at the top of the constructors, having scored their first podium since 2012.
And what a great start to the 2014 championship. Great start for the new era of Formula One.
Yes, I mean, already it's been an amazing time here in Melbourne, and thanks to all of you. You've made it all the more special. All your support has been fantastic this weekend.
Full credit, obviously, to the team for an unbelievable turnaround. I don't understand how they did it, but they did, so thank you, guys. And, of course, the Aussie fans.
Wow. First day on a Formula One podium.
What can I say? The car was so much better than it's been at any point. We just keep improving the car, and I just had exactly what I needed the whole race. The preparation we've done this winter has been fantastic. I mean, I've never done a Formula One race, and testing is so limited these days. So I mean, big congratulations to the team for doing such a good job.
Ricciardo's champagne was short-lived. He was excluded after his car was found to have consistently exceeded the fuel flow limit. In Malaysia, Red Bull's subsequent appeal for Ricciardo's exclusion was a major talking point. The team said there was no variance on their own monitoring equipment, which they relied on following perceived faults with the FIA sensor. The FIA insisted that Red Bull broke the rules and ignored advice to reduce the fuel flow on Daniel's car during the race.
I think we've got a very good argument, because if you look at the rules, they're very clear. You know, you can't exceed 100 kilos per hour of fuel. We haven't done that. Nothing in the rules talks about sensors or this or that. That's through technical directives, which we know from the Pirelli case and from the fact that it's written on these technical directives that they are not of regulatory value. They're not regulations, they're opinions. And, you know, we think we've got a very, very clear and very strong case.
Lotus was on the back foot after a poor showing in Melbourne, but both cars endured a variety of glitches, and so neither driver managed to set a fast time in practice one. Grosjean was forced to abandon his car on track. While his teammate experienced an engine problem near the end of the session. He was forced to sit out practice 2 while his Renault engine was changed. Torrential rain had arrived ahead of qualifying, and Marcus Ericsson's wet weather running didn't go as well as he would have wanted. The session had started nearly an hour late thanks to the rainstorm, and now the red flag was out. Once they got down to business, it was Hamilton on pole, then Vettel and Rosberg. Sergio Perez didn't even start the race. His car got stuck in gear on the way to the grid. So 21 cars lined up for round 2 in very hot but dry conditions. Rosberg made another good start. Vettel tried to block his progress but had to concede defeat. Alonso had a fight on his hands with Ricciardo before Daniel set off after Sebastian. A wobble for Nico allowed the Red Bulls to close, while the Ferraris went head-to-head. A slow start for Verne had sent him on a collision path with Bianchi, and with a puncture, the Marussia was powerless to avoid Maldonado. Magnussen was still riding high from his podium finish in Australia. He chased down Raikkonen's 7th place. But an overambitious move into turn 2 didn't improve his chances and ruined Raikkonen's afternoon.
I have a flat rear tire.
Kimi had to complete almost a full lap at a snail's pace. He eventually crawled back for repairs, but he'd lost a tremendous amount of time. Ricciardo had asserted his authority over his teammate at the start, but on lap 4, Vettel got his own back and retook 3rd. Lap 12 and Daniel was in for his first stop.
You'll be close to Alonso at pit exit. You'll be close to Alonso at pit exit.
His engineer wasn't wrong. Fernando looked to have edged him out. But Daniel wasn't to be beaten. Sutil parked up his Sauber just out of the final corner. Then, only a few laps later, teammate Gutierrez pitted.
What's going on? No first gear, no first gear. Engine off, engine off, engine off.
The Red Bulls still couldn't catch the two Mercedes leading the field. Lap 40, and Ricciardo looked to be on course to finish fourth behind his teammate when he made his third scheduled stop.
Left front's not on, left front's not on.
Okay, stop. Stay as you are.
The mechanic realised there was a problem, but was powerless to stop the car. They are one of the fastest pit crews and now had to put their sprinting pace to the test and push the car back to be given the once-over.
Okay, Daniel, we're going to tighten that wheel up. We're going to go on the same set. Do a normal pull away from the pit stop, please. Normal pull away.
His punishment was an automatic 10-second stop-go penalty, as well as a drop of 10 grid positions for the next race. He was stationary for nearly 2 minutes before he finally rejoined the race. But was a bit too aggressive over the curbs and damaged his front wing.
Got a front right puncher. What should I do?
Pressure still looks okay, Daniel. If you think you've got a puncher, come in.
It was game over, no points. And another case of what could have been. Alonso's third stop put him right in contention with fourth-placed Hulkenberg. His fresher tyres gave him the edge, and as in Australia, he remained ahead of the Force India. After 56 dominant laps, Hamilton's charge to victory was elementary. He beat his teammate by 17 seconds. A Mercedes 1-2 was the perfect result for the team.
Awesome race, Lewis. Awesome race. Faultless weekend. You've done the job there, pal.
Really grateful for the job, guys. Thank you so much.
Hamilton's first win since Hungary 2013 had been achieved in style.
You got the hat-trick, pole position, the best lap time, lap 54, I think, and here you are at number one. How do you feel?
Incredible, incredible. I mean, after such a difficult weekend, such a long winter, and such a, we've got a great crowd here today, and for Petronas, who worked so hard with Mercedes to give us this win, I just feel so grateful.
It was a more familiar top three in Sepang, with Fernando fourth. Button kept both Williams at bay, while his teammate recovered to ninth, and it was the second successive top 10 finish for F1's youngest point scorer, Kvyat. Second place for Rosberg ensured he stayed on top, but Vettel was only seventh, and Raikkonen just ninth. Mercedes now led McLaren, but the reigning champions were sixth, behind Williams and Force India. 2014 marked the 10th running of the Bahrain Grand Prix, so to commemorate this special occasion, the race was to be held at night for the very first time, offering a new challenge for the drivers and something different for the fans.
Driving under those floodlights, what does it feel like? Because it looks spectacular.
Yeah, well, that's great. If it's exciting for all the viewers in front of the TV, it's important that we put on a good show, and it's a bit more difficult, because you don't see quite as much and a bit more glare and things like that, but yeah, it's good.
However, it wasn't so good for Sebastian Vettel. He was knocked out in Q2. But the 10-place grid penalty that his teammate received in Malaysia for the unsafe pit stop release meant that Sebastian would line up 10th and Daniel 13th. It was a Mercedes 1-2, and this time Rosberg had the advantage.
I think Nico's very, very quick here, yeah. So, I mean, he was massively quick here last year, so it was expected that he was going to be massively quick this weekend. I started out well, but didn't maintain that strength that I had through practice. And undoubtedly he's going to be quick tomorrow, but you know, anything can happen, so I'll just keep my head down and hope tomorrow's a better day.
The car seems to be coming to you. Lewis has just admitted it's going away from him. What is it about the way this track is evolving that is playing to your strengths?
I don't know about him. I know that that I found my way pretty well with the car, you know, and found a good balance in the end. And it's so complicated with the setups, with the settings, yeah, because you have the combination of mechanical, then you have the combination of aerodynamic, which you often don't know which one is it now. Is it aero or is it mechanical? And so you can easily go the wrong way. And then the third one that comes on top is all the electronics, which have a massive impact on this car balance. And so to understand which one of the three now is causing this thing that I don't like, and which one of the three do I need to change to make it better, it's such a mission. And I'm pleased because this weekend found my way, you know.
Ricciardo's penalty from Malaysia meant that Bottas would now start an impressive third, while Sergio Perez moved up to fourth. But could they challenge the all-Mercedes front row ahead? The stage was set for an epic battle between the closely matched teammates. Massa made a fantastic getaway and was soon up to third. Hamilton got a better start than his teammate, took the inside line and reached turn 1 first. Perez locked up but held position. Bottas dropped back, while Button repelled an assault from the Ferrari. Rosberg was looking racy and tried to go round the outside of Hamilton. But Lewis wasn't going to let that happen, while Bottas regained lost ground. So far, so good for Mercedes. But not so for Verne, following a run-in with a Lotus.
This guy tried to kill me, stupid.
Okay, copy that, Jeff. Box.
Massa's blistering start had seen him jump up to third, but Perez was a man on a mission. He had plenty to prove after a dismal 2013 season with McLaren. Felipe fought hard, but it wasn't enough. Bianchi was desperate to get ahead of Sutil, but they collided. Both had to pit, while Jules received a drive-through.
Box 18, box, we change front wing.
Lap 18, and Lewis looked to be struggling with his tyres. Nico had a look, but Lewis slammed the door firmly shut.
Warn him, that was not on.
Copy, Nico.
This could have gone horribly wrong. Nico loomed in Lewis's mirrors and used everything he had to pass. The team intended to let them battle, but for how long? Lewis wouldn't be beaten, but Rosberg was clearly riled. Hulkenberg and Massa were embroiled in their own fierce fight for third.
Massa, you didn't leave the space there. You just pushed me right off.
Now, Perez got ahead of Nico to move fourth. And he soon troubled Massa.
Okay, box 9, Felipe, box 9.
The front runners were two stopping. Felipe made his third stop. He took on new mediums and dropped back to 10th. Ricciardo was on a push to pass Raikkonen for 9th. Kimi held his ground. But Daniel wouldn't be restrained. Gutierrez was out on the spot.
You're okay? You're okay, then you put the thumbs up.
Esteban didn't see who or what hit him.
Whoa, what was that?
Maldonado received a stop-go penalty and would drop 5 places on the grid in China. The safety car came out, but Magnussen's race was over.
Gearbox is gone. Gearbox is gone.
Both Mercedes pitted. The team had split their tyre strategies to give both drivers a chance of victory.
Is Nico on new tyres?
Yeah, AFM Lewis. Nico behind on the option tyre.
Lewis, it's Paddy. With 10 laps left to race, can we just make sure we bring both cars home?
So Lewis, obvious I know, but you're good on fuel, so there's no need to lift the coast. We're pushing to the flag.
So were the Force Indias.
We are pushing flat out to the end of the race. Flat out to the end of the race.
Lewis felt vulnerable at the front.
Got no power.
Okay, Lewis, we're looking into it. All looks okay on the data.
Rosberg was on the faster, soft tyre, and it showed. Ricciardo wasn't afraid to take on his teammate for 5th.
I'm really slow down the straight. Losing out in the toe, losing a lot.
Sebastian was on the back foot, but he wasn't prepared to give up the position to Daniel. Intra-team battles traditionally hadn't gone so well at Red Bull. Back at the front and still the Mercedes battled. The safety car had played more towards Rosberg. He made the most of his quicker tyres. He tried to intimidate Lewis. The mechanics couldn't bear to look. The gloves were well and truly off, but Paddy was poised to intervene. Perez had made progress and left Hulkenberg to concentrate on the bigger threat from the Red Bulls behind. Ricciardo sensed an opportunity. And just bided his time.
Okay, good job, mate. Let's get after Perez now. Okay, just we need to retire the car. We need to retire the car. So watch for the cars behind. Box this lap, box this lap.
It was a disappointing double DNF for McLaren. The Mercedes squabbled to the end. And this is what a 1-second gap looks like in Formula One.
Nice work there, Lewis. Nice work there, mate. Yeah, it's all going there for a minute, mate.
Sergio withstood the formidable challenge from Ricciardo.
P3. Fantastic job, Checo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Amazing job.
It was the team's first podium since Belgium 2009. Mercedes finished over 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Perez was pleased with the podium, particularly when his old team McLaren failed to finish. Bottas was disappointed after his top three start, while the Ferraris could only finish 9th and 10th. Hamilton made up ground on Rosberg. Hülkenberg moved up to 3rd ahead of Alonso. Force India jumped right up to 2nd, but Bahrain was a setback for Ferrari and Williams. This was Formula One racing at its very best, with wheel-to-wheel racing throughout the field.
What a race. It's probably one of the most exciting Formula One races for a long, long time. Would you agree?
Yeah, it was exciting. Nico drove fantastically well throughout the race, and very fair, and it was very, very hard to keep him behind. Particularly at the end, I built a gap that was okay, but he was very fast on the option tires, so I was on the knife edge the whole time. But it was great fun, and of course a real relief when I got across the line.
Well, yeah, I strongly dislike coming second to Lewis. That's really not something I enjoy doing. But on the other hand, though, it was definitely the most exciting race I've ever done in my whole career. You know, so and I hope we were able to give all of you fantastic racing in front of the TV. I think today was a day for the sport. You know, we put on a massive show as Team Silver Arrows. So I hope you had a lot of fun in front of the TV, and I'll be back next race to take the win.
What's it like to be back on the podium again? You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since my last podium. This podium is very special for me, guys. I already told you in the radio. Thank you very much. It's only my 3rd race with the team, and really, really good one. I mean, the strategy was really close for us. It was looking a lot easier till the safety car came, because when the safety car came in, we were going on 2 stops. So the people behind, like the Red Bull, they were on 3 stops. So we managed to keep it just at the end. I think one more lap, I couldn't manage to keep him back.
Congratulations, that was fantastic. And Lewis, congratulations again.
Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a hand for one of the best finishes ever. These guys. Now enjoy yourself.
Shanghai is the dynamic face of modern China, but you don't have to travel far to experience the old Shanghai at its heart. Ricciardo was all smiles for the Chinese fans, despite Red Bull losing their appeal against his exclusion from the Australian Grand Prix, when his car was found to have exceeded the maximum permitted fuel flow rate. He put the setback behind him and hoped to bounce back onto the podium once again. Stefano Domenicali resigned as long-standing Ferrari team principal. He accepted responsibility for the team's current position and poor performance, and stated that there was a need for significant change. He was replaced by the president and CEO of Ferrari North America, Marco Mattiacci.
Working Ferrari since 14 years. I've been in the last 4 days in Maranello in the Gestione Sportiva. I think we have an amazing group of talented people. I think we have a history, a pedigree that is unique, a pride that is impressive, and we react. So to talk about restructuring is too early. Definitely, we are here. I'm here. Mr. Montezemolo is extremely focused on giving any kind of support to the team, and if needed, to go on the market. But clearly, to go in the market if you really believe there is going to be an added value and impact to this team.
Another team with problems was Lotus. After 3 rounds, they were yet to score a point, but on Friday, the team felt that things were moving in the right direction at least. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said of Maldonado, when he was a little over-optimistic at pit entry, and he brought his afternoon to an end. Things got worse on Saturday when his engine developed a leak during practice 3. The team was unable to get it changed in time for qualifying, and he didn't take part. Ferrari limited Saturday morning running to save wet tyres for qualifying, but unfortunately Raikkonen just missed out on a top 10 start. Despite the tricky track conditions, Ricciardo out-qualified his teammate for the third time in 4 races. He lined up second ahead of Vettel, who was third. They may have lacked straight-line speed, but they had at least managed to split the Mercedes. Could they get even closer in the race? On Sunday, the weather was dry. Hamilton was on pole, and the Red Bulls had created a buffer between him and his teammate. Was this their best chance to challenge for a win? Rosberg was slow to get going, but Massa flew off the line. He ran out of space between Alonso and Ricciardo, while teammate Bottas bounced off Rosberg's Mercedes.
Crash me, Fernando. He crashed my car.
Everything looks okay from the data. Everything looks okay.
Rosberg had lost telemetry, so his start from 4th was compromised. Alonso and Massa made light work of him. Contact with Bottas didn't exactly help matters, and allowed Hülkenberg to add to his concerns. Sutil didn't get very far before retiring in the garage with an engine problem. Sauber needed to turn around their fortunes very quickly. Lap 10 and Massa was in for his first stop from 6th place. At the same time, Raikkonen was in from 9th.
Okay, Felipe, can you select neutral? Select neutral.
Kimi made progress, while Felipe had to sit it out. It was an agonising wait for his tyres to be fitted. The team had made huge progress, but head of performance engineering Rob Smedley knew there was still room for improvement.
Okay, Felipe, stack first and go.
2 laps later, and Vettel was in from 2nd. Alonso had hassled him at the start, and they had continued their battle, but Fernando had seized the advantage when he stopped a lap earlier. That left Sebastian to navigate his way past Kvyat. Soon, Vettel was under threat. Rosberg had fought back, and now he was right on the tail of the Red Bull. The superior straight-line speed of the Mercedes came into its own. Down the straight and into the hairpin. Vettel tried to take it back, but Nico was now third. Before long, Vettel had been hunted down by Ricciardo, and the team tried to intervene.
Sebastian, let Ricciardo through. Let Daniel through, please.
Which tire is he on?
Primes, but he stopped later than you.
Tough luck.
Okay, Daniel, you will have to overtake him.
So, that's exactly what he did. Grosjean had started from the top 10 for the first time this year. The potential for points had been there until a gearbox problem put paid to that.
So push hard now, Nico.
Lewis was untroubled at the front, while Nico made light work of Fernando to take second. It wasn't ideal, but at least Ferrari looked more competitive than they had in previous races. Hamilton had it all under control, or so he thought.
I just got the checkered flag.
No negative, keep pushing, keep pushing.
But as the flag had been shown, the result was declared at the end of the previous lap. So unfortunately, Kobayashi's move on Bianchi didn't count. The confusion didn't faze Hamilton as he cruised to victory. His first hat-trick of wins in F1 meant he closed down the gap to Rosberg caused by his retirement in Melbourne.
Get in there, Lewis. Excellent drive there, absolutely epic.
It was also the third consecutive 1-2 finish for Mercedes.
Well done, Lewis, great drive.
That one was to the guys back in the factory.
Alonso held off Ricciardo to give Ferrari their first podium of the year. Vettel disobeyed the team order and still finished 20 seconds behind Daniel. Perez scored points after starting 16th, while Massa couldn't recover from his pit stop disaster. Mercedes looked unstoppable. Alonso extracted the absolute maximum from his car to lie third ahead of Hülkenberg. Points at every round meant Force India was ahead of Ferrari, and there was plenty to do for Lotus and Sauber. But the reigning champion was once again unable to taste the podium champagne.
Start was good. First then I was pretty happy, and then on the primes we seemed to struggle more than we'd wished. So in the end, obviously the gap to the cars in front is too big.
Also a big gap to your teammate as well. What are the major differences between you guys at the moment? Is it just in terms of setup, or is it an overall happiness with the car?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there was a problem with the car. So at the moment, he just seems to get more out of the car than I do. So for sure, there's a lot of things that I don't really like at this stage. But in the end, we have the same cars, so the gap for sure is too big. To be just something small in terms of setup. I know that there's not too much difference. So we need to have a look and keep working.
Second race in a row, the team asked you to let him through, but you didn't let him go as easily as last time.
Initially I didn't understand, and once I was told that we are on a different strategy, there was no point to block him further. Also, if you look at the raw result in the end, it was quite obvious that he was quicker today.
Alonso arrived at his home Grand Prix on a high from the podium in China. But he knew that some good fortune, rather than an overall performance boost, had helped him to that third place.
I think Red Bulls, they were fighting a little bit, they lost a little bit of time, and I could be there. My pit stops were very quick. In the first stop, I overtook Sebastian in that lap. So there were many factors together that put us on a podium. But we need to do very special weekends to be on the podium, and China was one of those. Lucky and some other factors. So arriving here, sitting on Thursday on the next press conference, if to repeat that podium will be unbelievable, but it's not at the moment our main target.
The first European round is always a time for the teams to bring substantial upgrades, to try to make up lost ground or protect their advantage. Ferrari and Red Bull desperately needed to claw something back from Mercedes.
Now for Mercedes, it's been a dominant start to the season. Winter testing showed they had a performance, and they carried that through these first 4 races. They've won all 4 races. They've been in pole position for all 4 races. They got the fastest lap over the given weekend in all 4 races, and they got the fastest lap in the race on all 4 races. So you can't ask for much more than that. Now we take Red Bull. They're just again sitting beside Ferrari in their motorhome. They dominated the last 4 seasons. Sebastian Vettel, 4 World Championships. Red Bull, 4 Constructors' Championships. And this year has been a poor start to them. They really haven't had the package together that's got the points they needed. So part of that's been Renault as well. They just don't have the engine package. But the car itself, it didn't start the season very well. They really did miss sort of getting the best out of the car in those early races. Daniel Ricciardo doing a fantastic job, really competitive against Sebastian Vettel. So their new boy in town is doing a much better job than the old boy. I think if Renault get their act together, give them that little bit more power, and Red Bull sort of get the car home that little bit, they'll give Mercedes a hard time. Ferrari, they're just across the road to hear from them. A poor start to the season by anybody's standards. They're 4th in the Constructors' Championship at the moment. Fernando Alonso finished 3rd in China, which again surprised him a little bit, to be honest. But the new team principal, Marco Mattiacci, he's got a lot on his shoulders now, because Italy just love Ferrari. They just want Ferrari to do well. If he doesn't put it together, he's not going to have many friends in Italy, so he needs to work pretty hard.
Alonso really would have to work hard from 7th on the grid. His adoring fans had high expectations of the double world champion. But the outlook was even more gloomy for Vettel. He lost second gear in Q3, and to make matters worse, he needed a replacement gearbox and so lined up 15th. While Grosjean hoped to give Lotus a timely boost from 5th. With another all-Mercedes front row, it was no surprise to see a rather relaxed atmosphere in the garage. But would they still be smiling when the checkered flag fell? Tyre strategy always plays a vital role at the Circuit de Catalunya. Hamilton got off the line well, but Bottas was flying, and he easily dispensed with Ricciardo to move up to 3rd. Grosjean defended from the Ferraris. Hamilton sought to put some air between himself and his teammate, while Alonso couldn't find a way round Raikkonen. Vettel had nothing to lose after a disastrous weekend, but he needed to make progress if his three-stop strategy was to help him salvage some points. Maldonado started last and didn't do himself any favours by slamming into Ericsson's Caterham. Bottas, on the other hand, was doing a good job of keeping Ricciardo at arm's length.
OK, Daniel, if you cannot overtake, drop back to 2 seconds gap, please. Drop to 2 seconds gap, look after the tyres.
Could Williams keep their cool through the pit stops? Daniel had pitted early on lap 14, 6 laps later, and Valtteri was in. It was a fairly standard stop for another set of mediums, and he rejoined 4th. Mercedes opted for 2 different strategies once again. Hamilton pitted on lap 18 for the mediums. 3 laps later, Rosberg was in, but he took on the hard tyres. He rejoined behind his teammate for now, but by keeping the quicker medium tyres until the last stint, the pendulum could swing back in his favour in the closing stages of the race. The Lotus lacked straight-line speed, but surprisingly the Ferraris had struggled to pass Grosjean. Kimi eventually did it, then 1 lap later, Fernando was through. To the delight of his Spanish fans. He wasn't the only man on the move. Vettel fought back and sliced past Massa to move up to 9th. Felipe tried to cling on, but Sebastian had his eye on his next target, ahead. Alonso hadn't managed to jump his teammate at the first round of stops, so the team switched him to a 3-stop strategy in an attempt to cover Vettel. But he exited the pits behind Sebastian and would have to try to overtake. But Vettel was focused in front. He hunted down Raikkonen, and for this incredibly brave move, he was rewarded with 5th. Rosberg was on the softer of the 2 compounds, which gave him the edge on his teammate. Lewis could see he was under attack.
Only loss was mid-exit turn 3, mid-exit turn 3. It
wasn't the only battle between teammates. Fernando's aggressive three-stop was doing the trick. Now the two Ferrari world champions were about to go head-to-head. He waited for the right moment to make his move. And when an opportunity came, he pounced. The same tactics had paid off for Vettel too. He now was able to pass Bottas for fourth. He'd not had an easy ride of it in 2014, but he proved just why he has 4 world championships under his belt. Rosberg had reeled in his teammate and was eating into Hamilton's lead. But it was the last lap, and Nico was running out of time. One more lap, and he might have been close enough to give it a go. But Hamilton wasn't going to be beaten to his 4th successive win. Just 6/10 separated them at the checkered flag. Lewis took his first win at the circuit. Alonso kept Raikkonen at bay, while Ricciardo scored his first official podium, and it was a superb recovery drive for Vettel. Hamilton now led his teammate, and Ferrari leapt ahead of Force India. Lotus finally got out of the blocks thanks to Grosjean, but it was now 3 races without points for McLaren. With 4 consecutive wins, Lewis had every reason to be happy.
It's unreal. It's unreal. I mean, who would have thought Who would have thought? You know, even I'd never thought when I came to this team that we'd be having 4 wins in a row and 4 1-2s for the team, and to have such a big gap to the other guys, it's really, really remarkable what the team have done. They really are a sensation, and me, I need to do a better job in terms of getting my car to be quick, so I don't have to be battling my teammate always, but otherwise I'm really happy.
If Lewis thought he needed to do a better job, then it didn't bode well for the rest of the field.
Welcome to Monaco, the jewel in the Formula One crown. The teams assemble in the paddock, but Red Bull floats in the harbour. And it's in the harbour where the rich and famous turn up in style. For the fans, it's a chance to get up close to the historic streets. Streets that are some of the most famous in the world. After dark, the stars come out and Monaco parties.
We had a very exciting qualifying session for the Monaco Grand Prix, and it ended up with Nico Rosberg 0.06 of a second faster than his teammate Lewis Hamilton. Now, those times were done on the first run on the first set of tyres. All the cars came in, put on a fresh set of the super soft tyres, and went out for a second run. On the way to the first part of the lap, Nico Rosberg had lost 0.1 of a second relative to his fastest lap, and Lewis Hamilton had gained 0.2 of a second. But going down to Mirabeau, Rosberg made a bit of a mistake, locked the brakes up and went down the slip road. That meant the yellow flags came out, and Lewis Hamilton was caught in those yellow flags and in the end had to back off, so his lap was gone as well.
So yellow, yellow, turn 5. Yellow, yellow, turn 5.
Yeah, that was very good again. Very good.
On his controversial lap, he pulls over, still to miss this dip in the road because the car would bottom out there. Pulling across to the left, he leaves half a car's width to the barrier. Now that means that there's not quite such a good line into Mirabeau. And as he turns in, he locks the right front brake up. Now he's having a bit of indecision in the steering wheel. The car won't turn, he's heading for the barrier, and then he decides to turn left and go down the slip road. Now the stewards have had a look at this. They've decided that he was on a faster lap. He was going faster at that point in the corner. He did put on the brakes that little bit later, and they've no penalty basically. The grid position, pole position for Nico Rosberg, second for Lewis Hamilton stands.
Opinions on what happened divided the paddock.
I don't know whether you've watched the video or not. Obviously, what do you think? Is it that Nico need to go down the escape road there at Mirabeau?
Well, I saw that movie already, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, it's, for sure he was a little bit more intelligent than what Michael did in the last time. So it's difficult to say that it's really not his mistake, or it is his mistake. But you know, I know that movie.
Of course, you can see it from this side, from that side, but I think both were pushing really hard, and he knew he had to push really hard for the last one. And it's a easy corner to have a lock up, and I had an off on Thursday there as well. I don't think it was on purpose, so I leave it like this. He's a Monaco expert, so he deserved the pole.
How much more was there in that final lap without the yellow flags?
I think there would be 3-4 tenths.
Frustrated then not to get it?
No, it's okay, because deep down inside I knew that I had the time, and you know, there's certain things you can't do anything about.
I guess when somebody sees somebody go off on their last flying lap, you call to mind Michael parking up at Raskas. Any suggestion Nico might have been playing around?
I have not suggested that at all. I'm going to go and study the data and see what I can see. Yeah.
Nico, you've seen Lewis's body language for yourself. You've known each other a very long time. You know what he's thinking. Tell us that you didn't do that on purpose.
I fully understand that he's not happy, and I'm sorry for having ruined his lap, or whatever you may call it. Definitely. But
it's not something you'd ever do.
What you
would never do something like that on purpose. It's not the way you race, is it?
No, but you'll see it you can see it in the data anyways. You know, it's exactly the same as the lap before. Just braked a little bit later, locked up the front, and I just went offline and managed to go into the escape road in the last minute.
You've seen this. You're a student of the sport. You know how this stuff works. If you don't get on top of it now, then it starts to open up a gap, you know, obviously between you and especially with your competing for a world championship as you are. It's very important, I guess, for you to really to spell out that this is exactly what happened today to him, and so you can both go forward without a change in dynamic, right?
No, it's definitely important that we have a good relationship. Yes, but we've always we've always had a neutral good relationship in the past. And when there's certain small issues, you know, we always talk about it as we have done, and then get over it again. You know.
Second placed Hamilton knew he would need a tremendous start to steal the lead. Regardless of the FIA decision, the debate would rumble on and on. But the fact remained that Rosberg was on pole for the 6th time in his career. The Red Bulls were next, And again, it was Ricciardo who lined up ahead of Vettel. 20 cars lined up on the grid. The start in Monaco can change the face of the race, and there's that tricky run into Saint-Devote to negotiate. Lewis didn't get the jump on his teammate that he needed. A slow-starting Ricciardo kept Alonso occupied, and it was an opportunity too good to miss for Vettel and Raikkonen. Ericsson paid the price for hitting Massa in qualifying, while Maldonado's car had let him down on the formation lap, and the problem became terminal. The two Mercedes led, then it was Vettel. Ricciardo tried to hassle fourth-placed Raikkonen, while the Toro Rossos were going well in 8th and 9th. But there was contact further back. Button hit former McLaren teammate Perez. Bottas was just behind and lucky not to get drawn into the scrap. Jensen continued, but Checo was out on the spot. The debris-strewn track meant the safety car was inevitable. It wasn't long before the track was clear, but Vettel was in trouble straight away.
Okay, I have no power. I have absolutely no power. If you could please revise. I'm just destroying other people's race here.
Understood. Okay, Sebastian, retard the car. Please bring it back to the pits. Get out of the people's way, bring it back to the pits.
Reliability woes were an all-too-familiar tale for Sebastian this season. Daniel Kvyat's first time in Monaco didn't last long thanks to exhaust failure. Sutil was on a push for points. The race hadn't even reached half distance, and the safety car was required for a second time. Most of the top runners completed another lap before peeling into the pit lane. Race leader Rosberg was in, closely followed by his teammate. There was a steady flow of traffic as cars queued to be serviced. It was an opportunity to gain some ground, but haste could lead to an unsafe release, as Verne would find out. Hamilton questioned his team.
We should have pitted on that lap. I knew I should have. I also knew you wouldn't call me in, guys.
The qualifying fallout had left Lewis suspicious. And as the championship battle heated up, those simmering tensions could easily boil over. The relationship between the two drivers looked increasingly difficult to manage. It was nip and tuck. The gap hovered around a second, but there would be little that Lewis could do to take the lead. Overtaking may be hard, but it's not impossible, as Hulkenberg proved when he passed Magnussen for 7th. While an opportunistic move on Kobayashi paid off for Bianchi. Blue smoke indicated all was not well for Verne. He joined his teammate on the sidelines when his exhaust failed too. Monaco had been a tough weekend for Williams. Bottas was forced to park up following an issue with his power unit. For the first time this year, the Finn had failed to score. Gutierrez was up to 8th, but he clouted the barrier at Raskas and threw it all away. A good opportunity to score some much-needed points had been wasted. And Esteban was furious. Gilles Bianchi had lined up last on the grid following a gearbox change, but the outlook had improved.
Concentrate, try to open the gap. We are in the points, so keep pushing.
The improved package, the circuit characteristics, and maybe a little bit of luck meant that the team's first points were there for the taking. Lewis encountered a new distraction.
I can't see on my left eye. I got some kind of dirt in my eye.
Okay, Lewis, if you're not happy, then you just need to box. If you're not happy with this, you just need to box.
Lewis began to lose time, which gave Nico breathing space ahead, but crucially allowed Ricciardo to close within striking distance in a matter of laps. A move on Magnussen didn't pay off for Raikkonen. Kimi had made a great start, but his race was effectively over when he was hit by Chilton during the first safety car. This lunge into the hairpin meant yet another trip to the pits. Rosberg won from pole here in 2013 and repeated the feat in 2014. He had now equalled his father's 5 Formula One victories. Ricciardo wasn't able to launch a full-blown offensive on Hamilton, so it was the 5th consecutive Mercedes 1-2 finish.
Yes! Thank you very much, everyone. Really amazing, this car. Really, really amazing.
On the team's 64th attempt, Marussia finally beat Caterham to score their first Formula One points.
Hi, Jules, this is John. Mighty job, mate. Absolute mighty.
So, which place we finished with the penalty?
I think we're P9. I think we are P9. Very good race, Jules.
Finally, we have a point. Woo! I'm so happy.
Alonso was a low-key 4th. Button benefited from the first safety car, while a long first stint on Supersofts paid off for Massa. A power unit problem dropped Magnussen down the order, and it was a scrappy afternoon for Raikkonen. Mercedes scored the maximum 43 points, while Hülkenberg moved up to 5th ahead of Vettel. Both McLaren scored to end a dry spell of 3 races, while Marussia moved up to 9th ahead of Sauber and Caterham. The victory meant that Nico now retook the lead from Lewis in the title fight. Red Bull would have to wait until things went wrong for Mercedes to taste the victory champagne once again.
Nico, congratulations, man. Home win for the homeboy. How did it feel? You had Lewis very, very, very close to you all the race, but you held on to your lead. How was it?
Yeah, another, very, very special day for sure. Lewis drove really, really well and pushed me massively hard, so the pressure was on all the way. But I kept it cool and then was able to win in the end, pulling a bit of a gap because I just had the fresher tires. So no, fantastic, and I'm very, very happy also for the whole team. It's an amazing car they've built and given us this year.
You started second, and you finished second. And how are things with your teammate? I think people want to know.
Well, I had great pace. Obviously I felt that I was very strong today, but it's a very, very difficult circuit to overtake, and so
it's incredibly thrilling to watch, and you were all just incredible out there. The closeness to the curves, it's extraordinary. Well done.
Unfortunately, we didn't make any mistakes. So.
You didn't, no. Well done.
But unfortunately for Lewis, neither did Nico. Formula One took time out from Europe with a brief hop over to Montreal for the popular Canadian Grand Prix, where Gilles Bianchi and the Marussia team were still riding high after scoring their first points in Monaco.
I'm pretty proud of what we have done in Monaco. The team did a really good job, and I'm really happy for that. But obviously now we have to keep pushing, because we still have 13 races to go, so it's not finished. When I crossed the line, it was just amazing for us to know that we finished in P9.
The race absolutely flew by. It was, the first 10 or 15 laps were a little bit frustrating when we were stuck behind Kobayashi. But after restart, when Jules did that overtaking manoeuvre, things really started getting exciting. Well, it's very important in lots of ways. I think one of the most important things for us, we're a very small team, as you know, and we've battled away for 5 years in our own way, and it gives a lot of faith in what we're doing, that we're going in the right direction. There's real reward for those 5 years of hard work.
For sure, it's a good achievement for me, you know. I've been 1 year last year with the same team and didn't score any points. And to score these points in Monaco was just unbelievable for me. You know, it was the target for sure this year. We wanted to score some points, but we knew it was going to be really difficult. And yeah, to have done this, it's just really nice.
For teams like us, opportunities come very rarely. We always try and have a philosophy of being ready to take advantage of those opportunities when they arrive. And luckily we managed that last week. But for going forward, we need to be prepared for when they come again.
The ongoing rivalry between the two title contenders had been a major talking point throughout the season, and it showed no sign of abating in Canada. Both drivers smiled for the cameras and looked keen to move on from the drama in Monaco.
It's been a wonderful season of racing between the two men with some great wheel-to-wheel action. Who can forget what happened in Bahrain as they swapped positions? And of course in Barcelona as well, as Hamilton held off Rosberg to take another win at the checkered flag. But both drivers have broken some team rules within that time, using illicit engine modes that they're supposed to only use for qualifying during the Grand Prix. It's one each on those stakes, and the team have said no more. They're not allowed to do it again. It's 4 wins to Hamilton and 2 to Rosberg, but Rosberg has the advantage in the Drivers' World Championship. After Hamilton was unhappy with the way Rosberg performed in Monaco, particularly bringing out the yellow caution flags on the last lap in qualifying to stop Hamilton from taking pole position. Hamilton rang up Rosberg this week and he says that the old friends are back on the same page again. But is it a long-term fix or simply an elastoplast on a breakdown of trust between the two men?
It was set to be a fascinating race, with Rosberg heading up another Mercedes 1-2 ahead of Vettel, Bottas, Massa and Ricciardo. Hamilton made the better start from the front row. Rosberg repelled him, and that allowed Vettel to seize second. And surprisingly, everyone made it through turns 1 and 2 intact. Rosberg pulled away, but Hamilton harassed Vettel while the Williams drivers took each other on. The race was just a minute old and there was carnage at the back. The safety car would be necessary to clear up an awful lot of debris from Chilton and Bianchi. Mauritius's Monaco High came crashing down when both cars collided and left Bianchi in the wall. The drivers blamed each other, but it was Chilton who was handed a 3-place grid penalty for Austria. It was Max's first non-finish since he made his F1 debut in 2013. When the race restarted, Vettel soon felt the force of Hamilton's silver arrow. Lewis had a much faster car. With the added help from DRS, he easily retook Sebastian. Now he was unleashed to hunt down Nico. It was another DNF for Maldonado. He got caught up in the Mauritius scrap, then had to retire following a power unit-related issue. Back at the front, another Mercedes battle was shaping up rather nicely. After the first round of stops, Hamilton had steadily closed on Rosberg. And on lap 25, Lewis looked to be lining him up to make a move. Nico locked up, missed the final chicane, and was lucky to be given his final warning. slow pit stop for Massa had left him with work to do, but 8th placed Alonso posed no problem for the extremely speedy Williams. Vettel had just pitted and managed to undercut Hülkenberg. 1 lap later, Ricciardo made his second pit stop. A blistering in-lap from Daniel meant that Sebastian lost a place to his teammate. But the seemingly invincible Mercedes cars had problems.
Lost power. I've got no power, guys.
Okay, we're looking into it.
He's still not there anymore.
Okay, Nico, we're trying to solve it. We believe your teammate has the same problem. Driver default 0-1, please. Lost MGUK.
The drastic drop in hybrid power would make them vulnerable, but it wasn't the only problem.
Rear brake temps are critical, both cars.
Lewis had jumped Nico in the pits. Massa was yet to stop for a second time, so led the pack. But Lewis failed to slow the car down, and it cost him the place to Nico. With 3 wins under his belt in Montreal, Hamilton wasn't going to sit back. Both cars had DRS, but Lewis was on a mission that was beginning to look impossible. He did the right thing and gave the position back. But would he make it to the checkered flag?
Brakes have failed. Did I not do a good job with saving my brakes?
No, Lewis, I think we're just at the limit. If you want to hop out, we'll have a chat through it.
The overheating rear brakes were a consequence of the MGUK fault. It was a cruel blow to the master of Montreal, but more importantly, his campaign to win a second title. Rosberg led, and second-placed Perez was putting a one-stop strategy to good effect. But he couldn't restrain Ricciardo, while Massa had a look at Vettel. The reigning champion had to defend and attack, which gave his teammate room to breathe. Rosberg managed his brakes and was down on power, but Ricciardo was on a roll. With just a couple of laps to go, he passed the limping Mercedes for the lead. Vettel made a decisive move round the outside of Perez. Now, Massa went for it. Felipe went to the left, while Checo defended his position, and Vettel was incredibly lucky. A good result had been on the cards for both drivers, but the huge crash triggered the safety car. Checo couldn't see what hit him. There was much animosity between the drivers, but it was Perez who received a grid penalty for Austria. But at least they were both unhurt. While all that was going on, Button had been embroiled in a battle with Hülkenberg and Alonso. Nico's super softs were only a couple of laps newer than Button's soft tyres, but he was easy pickings for the McLaren, who moved up to fourth. Less than a year after he was confirmed as Webber's replacement, Ricciardo was able to savour his first win thanks to the safety car.
Wow, that was fun.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, mate.
Sorry, I didn't really know what to say.
It was a race of high attrition that saw Red Bull and Renault take their first win of the season. Button, Hülkenberg and Alonso benefited from the chaos, but it was a far from ideal scenario for Ferrari. Nico nursed his car to second place to boost his title aspirations, while several drivers switched position. Montreal isn't usually kind to Red Bull, but problems for Mercedes and some luck meant the team was able to close the gap.
What can I say? It's awesome. It is a track where, you know, you can hang it out on the line, a bit like Monaco. You know, you take a bit more risk, and you know, if you do and do it properly, you get rewarded. And today we just hung in there, and then, you know, when we had the opportunity, we made the move stick, and that's what I'm really proud about. You know, it wasn't trying and not succeeding. It was once we had a look, we went for it, and that was it. So it's a great place, awesome track, and as I said, I got a flight out tonight, but I don't know, very tempted to cancel that one.
The serene setting of the Styrian Mountains provided the backdrop to the Austrian Grand Prix. The track remained relatively unchanged since F1 last visited in 2003. Jenson Button was one of 4 current drivers to have raced there.
It's great to be back here. You know, this is a proper old school circuit. Most of the corners are high speed. You know, it's very like a Silverstone, Spa, Suzuka. A lot of the new circuits are very different. It's mostly low speed corners, but this is old school. I like it.
For me, it's interesting to come back here because there are a lot of old memories. Everything is new. Unbelievable job Red Bull did to get everything in order the way it looks now with the circuit and the layout and all the things they've done. It's really impressive. And for me, the most important thing is that there are already so many spectators here. So I'm excited to do a very good job here in my home country with the whole team, with everybody here, and they all know that. So let's wait and see the result on Sunday. Then I can tell you if we are really happy.
It's a power circuit, so it's going to be good for Mercedes. A lot of full throttle percentage, so fuel consumption going to be important. Also, I understood that Sunday could be a hot day, so we're going to see a lot of interesting aspects.
Force India presented new evidence to the FIA in an attempt to overturn the 5-place grid penalty that Perez received when he was deemed responsible for the clash with Massa in Montreal. The evidence was rejected and the penalty remained, so Sergio lined up 15th on the grid. Hamilton had his first time in Q3 cancelled when he exceeded the track limits. Then, on his next quick lap, he locked his rears and got in a bit of a spin. He failed to set a time, but lined up 9th ahead of Hülkenberg, whose fast lap was also disallowed. What a difference a year made to Williams. Their cars set the benchmark on Saturday. And it was Felipe who qualified first. For the first time since 2008, the Brazilian was on pole to the delight of his wife and young son. Rosberg had to settle for best of the rest. It was an all-Williams front row at the Red Bull Ring, but could they withstand the veritable threat from behind and convert it to the win? The long-awaited return of racing in the green heart of Austria was here. Rosberg fired off the line and took Bottas, but couldn't quite get Massa. Alonso went round the outside to hold on to fourth, but Ricciardo was swamped and slipped right back. Valtteri took back second, while Hamilton charged through the field from ninth. He passed Magnussen for fifth and let Alonso know that he would be next. Lewis didn't waste any time. He darted daringly down the inside of Fernando. Unbelievably, he was fourth behind his teammate by the end of the first lap. Red Bull wanted to impress at their home event. But Vettel was in trouble on the second lap.
I lost drive. Tell me what to do, please.
It looked like an early retirement.
Okay, for some reason I got drive again.
Rosberg had been restrained by Massa and Bottas, so hoped an early first stop on lap 11 would launch him ahead. Williams didn't respond straight away. 3 laps later and the race leader Massa was in. He rejoined behind Rosberg, but ahead of Hamilton, whose stop had been marginally slower than his teammate. The Williams was a fast car, but Lewis couldn't afford to be stuck behind Felipe for long. When Bottas pitted, he managed to split the Mercedes. It had been a strong weekend for Kvyat. He qualified an excellent 7th and had hoped to score points after 2 retirements.
I just cannot turn game over, guys. No brakes, no brakes. I lost the brake pedal. I have no brakes.
Further investigation was required. His car eventually came to a halt, and it was clear he wouldn't make it back to the pit lane. Perez had started on the soft tyres and found himself leading the race once the top runners had pitted. But Rosberg was feeling bold. Then Bottas got a good run at the Force India. The Red Bull had been very strong in recent years, so Vettel's 3rd retirement of the year was hugely disappointing. He'd been a lap down, and so they opted to save mileage on the engine. Bottas separated the Mercedes after his first stop, but when he pitted for a second time, he released Hamilton. Lewis duly got the hammer down and easily jumped ahead of the Finn. Williams could have gone more aggressive on strategy, but with the car's 3rd and 4th and 27 points there for the taking, it just wasn't worth the risk. Perez had made his alternate strategy work well. His final stint was on the pacier Supersoft tyres, and when Magnussen overcooked it, he made light work of his McLaren replacement to take 6th. Not bad after he'd started 15th. Less than 2 seconds separated the Mercedes at the flag.
Great job, Nico, great job.
The return to Austria was a tremendous success. Bottas scored his first podium. Ricciardo passed Hülkenberg on the last lap and was the only Red Bull-backed car to see the checkered flag at their home event. Button just missed out on points, while 12th was Maldonado's best result of the year so far. The top 6 remained the same. Bottas and Massa had made progress, but Raikkonen was well off the pace of his teammate. Mercedes now had a massive lead, while Williams closed on Force India and Ferrari.
What a very, very special win for you again. 3 now in the season, and capitalised on a very, very good qualifying, and now another victory. So run us through. A lot of control on the brakes by the sounds of it, and managing issues at the end there.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest of races, trying to manage certain things which were a bit on the limit on the car. But in the end, yeah, I mean, I had a very, very fast car again. So it was, yeah, fantastic to win today. It's great also to get a 1-2 here in Austria, and it's been great to come back here to Austria. I mean, Austria for sure deserves a race, and the fans have been amazing. The atmosphere has been spectacular this weekend, so thank you very much for that. And yeah, it's been awesome.
Nico had finished every race in the top 2, and now Lewis was more than a race win behind him. In the run-up to Silverstone, Caterham announced that Tony Fernandez had sold the team to a consortium of Swiss and Middle Eastern investors, advised by former team principal Colin Collins. Former F1 driver Christian Albers, assisted by Manfredi Ravetto, took over the day-to-day running, while former team principal Cyril Abiteboul returned to Renault Sport in a bid to improve the engine manufacturer's fortunes. Saturday brought rain for qualifying. Hamilton had set pole early on, and with a rain shower during Q3 he looked safe and had backed out of his last lap. But the track had dried out. Hülkenberg, Vettel, Button and Magnussen all went quicker. And then, of course, there was his teammate. He made the most of the improved conditions and went 3 seconds faster than Lewis. So Lewis qualified 6th at his home Grand Prix and rued his decision to bail his final flying lap. Silverstone is the heart of British motorsport, and the loyal fans had high hopes, with Button 3rd and Hamilton 6th on the grid. Chilton qualified 13th, but a gearbox change saw him drop to 17th, where he split the Ferraris. Rosberg knew this was an opportunity to increase his 29-point advantage. Could he make the most of it? While Prince Harry hoped for British success. The teams cleared the grid and ran to take up their places for the start. Alonso lined up 16th and was quite literally out of position. "2014 marked the 50th year that the British Grand Prix was held at Silverstone, and 22 cars lined up on the grid to take part in this historic occasion. Rosberg got away well, but Vettel fell victim to Button, while Massa struggled to go anywhere from 15th. Sebastian tried to stick with Jensen, but it was Hamilton who was ready to pounce. And left Vettel to deal with Hülkenberg and Ricciardo. Raikkonen ran wide, lost places he couldn't afford, then stacked it in the barrier and took Massa with him.
Are you okay, Kimi?
It was quite an impact, but fortunately Kimi only suffered a bruised ankle and some pain in his knee. Contact with Verne had left Perez pointing in the wrong direction and with a lot of work to do. Raikkonen had run off the track coming onto the Wellington Straight. When he rejoined, he lost control of the car and pitched it into the barrier at an alarming speed. Massa and Kobayashi had to take avoiding action, but in doing so, Felipe locked up and spun. The race had to be stopped while the barrier was repaired. But it wasn't clear if Felipe could continue.
Okay,
If the car is safe, you're okay to bring it back. Just stay off the racing line.
Pole sitter Rosberg kept his cool during the red flag stoppage. But Massa's car was too badly damaged and his race was over. The outlook was brighter for Alonso in 13th, while Bottas was up to 9th from 14th.
Is this counted in the 2-hour race?
Ricciardo found his focus and moved up 1 to 7th. But Vettel needed a plan from 5th. The biggest cheer was saved for Hamilton, who'd moved up to 4th place. After an hour's delay, the race got underway again, but this time it started behind the safety car. The McLarens were 2nd and 3rd. Rosberg was a hard man to catch, but Lewis was soon the man on the move.
Okay, Lewis, 0.3 faster sector 1. It's hammer time.
When Magnussen went wide, Hamilton didn't wait to be asked twice. And he easily went on to win the Battle of the Brits. Sauber's season really was one to forget. Gutierrez went to make a move on Maldonado, but the two tangled. Esteban's race was finished and he was given a 3-place grid penalty for Germany, while Pastor came back to earth with a bump. Bottas had rapidly picked off the cars in front of him, and by lap 17 he wanted 3rd from Button.
This is great stuff, Valtteri.
Lap 25 and Alonso was in the pits. But before his mechanics could service him, he had to take a 5-second penalty for being out of position on the original grid. Then there was bad news for Mercedes.
Gearbox problem. Concentrate on bringing the car home, Nico. Lewis behind you at the moment, so let him go. Turn off, stop, turn off, Nico. Gonna save the engine.
The crowd was delighted to see Hamilton's fiercest rival out of the picture. Lewis moved into the lead, but Rosberg was going nowhere fast. His run of top 2 finishes had come to an abrupt end. One battle was over, but the battle for 5th had just got interesting. Both Vettel and Alonso had pushed the boundaries of the track.
He didn't leave the space. I could have easily get him a puncture.
Now we are reporting track limits to the race direction.
Sebastian, track limit warning.
Then you tell him the same.
Neither would back down. With 6 World Championships between them, they both had a point to prove. And this time, Sebastian took the honours. But it was Lewis Hamilton who reigned supreme.
You can't touch this, Lewis. Home Grand Prix win.
England!
What a great feeling, guys. I couldn't be happier.
It was the first time he'd won at Silverstone since his championship-winning year of 2008. Bottas finished an excellent second. Button lost out to Ricciardo, but one more lap and he might have had a podium. Vettel kept Alonso at arm's length, while Toro Rosso got both cars in the top 10. Hamilton was now just 4 points behind his teammate, but Vettel had slipped behind Bottas and Perez had closed on Massa. Williams had Ferrari in their sights, while McLaren threatened to overhaul Force India. The result meant so much to Lewis and his many fans.
27 Grand Prix victories, equaling Jackie Stewart. There's only one other Englishman in front of you, Nigel Mansell, who's got more wins. So tell us about the emotions of today.
It's very mixed at the moment, but just to see the support we have here, I could see everyone cheering us on through the whole race. We've got the greatest fans here, and today, just arriving today, it's you guys that really spurred me on, so thank you so much.
Lewis had won on home soil, but would Nico do the same at Hockenheim? Technical regulations were at the top of the agenda for round 10 of the championship in Germany.
One of the real talking points this weekend is going to be the banning of what they call the FRIC suspension, F-R-I-C, front and rear interconnected suspension. Let me first of all explain what that means. These Formula One cars, especially this generation of Formula One car, is very sensitive to roll. When a car's going through a corner, it doesn't like rolling, particularly with these Pirelli tyres. So anything you can do to stabilise the ride height of the car is a good thing. And what the front and rear interconnected suspension does is it uses hydraulics to link the rear and the front to try and keep the platform of the car as stable as possible. So the ride height of the car stays static and doesn't roll too much, and that of course optimizes the aerodynamics. Now this isn't new technology, this has been around for 10 years at least, but what has happened recently, according to the FIA, is that the solutions have become more and more radical, and there have been a few protests by some of the teams that haven't got on top of this. So the FIA put it to the teams, we're going to consider banning this, but we'll put it to the end of the season if you can all agree to do that. And of course, the Formula One teams haven't agreed to do that. So the situation is, do we come here, do we run it and risk a protest, or do we just take it off and it's the same for everybody? And the indications are that that is what most people are going to do. They are going to run without the FRIC, the FRIC suspension this weekend. So it'll be very interesting to see if it changes the order of things at all. I don't think it'll make a massive difference. It could actually turn out in the end to be a little bit of a damp squib, but it's certainly a big talking point going into the weekend, as it would be whenever there's any kind of unknown. One area you might notice a bit of a difference, because it's not looking after the balance of the car quite so much, you might see some uneven tyre wear, which might push people to use maybe one more set of tyres during the race. We will see whether it adds a stop to the race strategies.
Qualifying position has a huge impact on race strategy, so a sudden brake failure for Hamilton in Q1 was a tremendous setback to his weekend. Rosberg confirmed a multi-year contract extension with pole position ahead of Bottas and Massa. Hamilton was down in 20th thanks to his brake failure and a replacement gearbox. Williams was now a regular challenger to Mercedes, but beating them would not be an easy task. With Hamilton near the back of the grid, nothing less than a signature zero to hero drive would do. Bianchi had an issue at the back, but it was fourth place Magnussen's move on Massa ahead that had dramatic results.
Felipe, are you okay? Felipe, are you okay?
Magnussen had put pressure on Bottas before he got to grips with Massa. Alonso tried to take on the Red Bulls, but Ricciardo's lightning-quick reactions kept him in the hunt, albeit near the back. Rosberg and Bottas kept clear of the carnage behind. Felipe was very lucky to escape unharmed. The track had been cleared. Now Kvyat tried to find his way clear of 7th placed Perez. He made his move, but the Toro Rosso would have to pit for repairs and dropped right down the order. Lap 13, the first round of stops were underway, but Hamilton was on a long first stint in a bid to make up some much-needed ground. He launched down the inside of Raikkonen, but it didn't quite go to plan.
Okay, we check. Seems okay. Seems okay. We check.
Saw something come off my wing. Just check it, please.
The front wing debris, that was off Raikkonen's car, not yours. That's the Ferrari.
Race leader Rosberg made his first stop. Off came the super softs, on went the soft tyres. His advantage was so great he rejoined without losing position. Lewis was second thanks to his strategy and aggressive driving. Valtteri had just stopped and now loomed in the mirrors of the Mercedes. With fresher tyres and a boost from DRS, the Williams moved up into second.
So this isn't a problem, Lewis. We're playing the long game.
I'm wanting to keep up with him.
It's not important. It's more important to make the stint.
Things showed no sign of improving at Lotus.
Okay, sorry, Roman, stop the car, stop the car, stop the car, please.
For f***'s sake. Unbelievable. What's happened again?
It was Grosjean's 4th retirement of the season to date, and the whole team felt his frustration. Hamilton's out-of-sync stop had dropped him back down the order. Ricciardo proved to be no pushover. But Hamilton persisted and took 7th.
Okay, Daniel, try and stick with Hamilton.
Button was next on Lewis's radar, but there was a misunderstanding.
Hamilton, you're safely in the rear.
Damage my front wing. I thought he was letting me pass.
Okay, copy that. We'll keep an eye. Yes, front wing end plate damage.
I thought he was letting me past. He went really wide, so am I being investigated, guys?
Negative, Lewis. Negative.
Lewis later apologised to his fellow Brit, but the clash and consequent wing damage was not what he needed to continue his charge. Lap 46, and there was more drama for Daniel Kvyat.
Switch off, Daniel, switch off. P1 immediately, P1. Jump on the left-hand side. Fire.
The marshals were on hand, but he managed to jump to safety. It made for uncomfortable viewing from the pit wall. And for the mechanics. Alonso had jumped Vettel at the second round of stops and was on course for a possible podium. But Hamilton had just made a 3rd stop, and with a new set of super softs and DRS, he was unstoppable. A turnaround in fortunes was desperately needed for Sauber, but it didn't arrive in Hockenheim. Sutil was stranded in a very vulnerable position. It was frustrating for the team. And for the German driver at his home event, without a safety car, the marshals had to take action.
So caution, marshals on track.
That's so dangerous with him there, man.
Yeah, you firm, Lewis.
The marshals recovered the Sauber without the intervention of a safety car. A planned two-stop strategy hadn't worked out for Alonso, but following a third stop he maximised his super softs and got the jump on Ricciardo for 5th. But staying ahead proved quite a challenge. The Australian wasn't intimidated by Alonso's pedigree in the slightest, and raced hard. Silverstone had belonged to Hamilton, but Hockenheim was utterly dominated by Rosberg. He'd started on pole and had led every lap of the race to secure his first ever home Grand Prix win.
Yes, thank you! Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely brilliant drive, Nico. Well done, well done.
Nico took win number 4 this year, and it was an all-Mercedes-powered podium in front of the German fans. Vettel had a quiet afternoon in 4th, while Alonso managed to restrain Ricciardo despite being on the limit with fuel. Rosberg increased his lead at the top, Bottas nudged closer to Alonso's 4th place, but Raikkonen lagged behind, and that helped Williams to move up to 3rd at Ferrari's expense. There was plenty to celebrate in Germany for the recently married Rosberg. He had 4 wins and 5 second places to his name so far this season and made it look so easy.
It's never easy, you know, but of course today was relatively a little bit easier than some other races, but it's still always fully focused, and there's still various challenges happening, like even with back markers, or a couple of times I had the guys battling in my mirror, you know, and that felt a bit risky because they're flat out fighting for position, so it's never straightforward.
There were celebrations on one side of the Williams garage, but frustration on the other.
Honestly, it's always this type of accident is always happening with the same type of drivers. The guys who's arriving from GP2, is the guys that they think they can win the race on the first corner. It's not a corner that you can do 3 on the same time, you know. So what can I say?
Talk us through that first corner incident, because Felipe in the pen put it all on you, said that it was all about young kids coming in not knowing what they were doing.
I need to see the replay. It's a bit difficult to comment if you haven't seen the accident.
It looked to us like you had nowhere to go. When you've got a corner like that going in on lap 1, surely you need a little bit of space.
Well, for sure, if I had another place to go, I wouldn't have had contact. So, I'm sorry about the situation, but I did my best and tried to avoid it, but I didn't really have anything to do.
Now the race was on for round 11, the Hungarian Grand Prix, just 1 week later. From Germany to the beautiful city of Budapest, and after a home win for Rosberg, Hamilton hoped the pendulum would swing back in his favour. But there's no smoke without fire, and just 5 minutes into qualifying, his hopes went up in flames.
Oh, for sake. I've got fire, guys.
Okay, Lewis, park up where you can find a marshal.
I'm in the pit lane.
Roger, there's marshals just there, so pull up there, stop, stop, stop. Marshal with fire extinguisher right behind you.
The car won't stop.
Okay, just hit P0, go to P0, okay, marshals behind you. Jump out, jump out.
The marshals rushed to limit the material damage. But Lewis knew the damage to the weekend had already been done. The carefully crafted script was now in tatters, and the hard work of Germany would have to be repeated. The clock couldn't be turned back. And the emotions were impossible to hide on the short walk back to the garage. This certainly had not featured in the Mercedes strategy for the weekend, and left Lewis to ponder when luck would finally deal him a decent hand. The media waited for him to emerge, but he wasn't prepared to give them the headlines they craved and left before the session had ended. Weather was key for the rest of qualifying, and despite all the technology available, nothing beats a quick glance to the skies to confirm the worst. Magnussen was caught out on dry tyres after a short, sharp shower made turn 1 incredibly slippery. There was frustration for McLaren, and the session was red flagged. Kevin was destined to join Hamilton in the pit lane for the race start. When qualifying resumed, it was Rosberg who topped the timesheets. Race day, and there was a heavy shower just before the start. Those dark clouds hung over Hamilton's championship bid. For perhaps the first time this year, the team looked exposed. 2 had planned to start from the pit lane, and 2 became 3 when Kvyat's engine stalled. Lights out, Rosberg converted pole into the lead. Vettel and Bottas battled down to turn 1, while Alonso made the most of a brilliant start and disposed of Ricciardo. Daniel got out of shape and lost out to Button, while Fernando set about relegating Vettel. The mountain that Hamilton had to climb became that much steeper when he spun off.
Okay, Lewis, you got any damage? Let us know.
It was a testing weekend, to say the least. Chilton, Maldonado and Ericsson battled over 20th, but Marcus was caught out by the damp track. And littered carbon fibre everywhere. The safety car made its first visit of the afternoon.
So you have to jump out.
Button, Ricciardo and Hülkenberg dived into the pits. Daniel and Nico went for dries, but Jensen took another set of inters in anticipation of more rain, while Ericsson made his way back. 2-stopping Hamilton stopped for dries and hoped the bunched-up field would make his job of overtaking that bit easier. But Grosjean was out of the running.
And we'll go to mode 8.
I crashed.
Are you okay? Okay, P1 for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm okay, but we speak too much on the radio.
A clear, dry line had emerged on the restart, but Jensen managed his inters well to get past Ricciardo on dries before the McLaren pitted again, while Alonso had his eye on Vettel's 7th place.
Race, push.
The restart was Hamilton's best opportunity so far to make up wholesale places. Gutierrez had proved no problem. That was Bottas for 11th. Hülkenberg ran wide ahead, so it was 2 Force Indias in one go. The Englishman was now up to 9th. But it was a bitter pill for the Silverstone-based squad when their drivers collided in front of Bottas. Hülkenberg was out on the spot, while Checo raced on.
Okay, Lewis, so mission critical to get past Vettel and Verne.
Lewis continued his progress while Perez completed his. He signed off a truly awful day for the team. All that debris meant the safety car was called into action again on lap 23. Perez lost control and slammed into the pit wall. The team could have bagged some good points, but they went home empty-handed. Button's gamble hadn't paid off, so it was Ricciardo and Massa who pitted from first and second. That left Alonso at the front from Verne, Rosberg and Vettel. Hamilton was now fifth, and the newly shod Ricciardo and Massa were not far behind. Lap 32 and Rosberg made his second stop, so Vettel moved up, until events took an unexpected turn.
Sebastian, did you hit anything?
Negative, but I flat spotted the tires.
Understood.
Hamilton's charge continued. He made light work of Verne to take second.
Nice work, Lewis. Let's go get him.
As if he needed telling.
So, Nico, 0.8 for a second behind. You are on different strategies. Don't hold him up on the straight.
So Lewis on a different strategy. We've asked him to let you through.
Okay, Lewis, if you let Nico pass at this lap, please. Let Nico pass.
I'm not slowing down for Nico. You can get close and overtake, then you can overtake. Why is he not letting it through?
He's had the message, Nico. He's had the message.
When he gets the DRS, you can let him pass.
Nico, if the tyres are okay, close up to Lewis, please.
Race leader Ricciardo made a third and final stop on lap 54 and hoped to regain the top spot with a fresh tyre advantage. While Rosberg's final stop would put the Mercedes feud on hold for the moment at least. Nico had already dispensed with Raikkonen and now he tackled Massa's fourth place.
So great job, Nico. So just catch up the front runners. You're P4 at the moment.
Alonso led the pack but was pressurised into an uncharacteristic error.
Fernando gained advantage.
Yeah, copy that, Lewis. We saw it.
Rosberg was on a charge in fourth, but third-placed Ricciardo was fast becoming the headline act. He pushed Hamilton hard. Almost too hard.
Okay, mate. You know what you've got to do. Let's get him.
My tyres are dead, guys.
Just do what you can, Lewis. Got 4 laps to go.
There were pensive faces at Mercedes, and with good reason. Lewis's tyres were way past their best, and he couldn't sustain the fight with the charging Red Bull. One down, one to go, with just a handful of laps left. Race leader Alonso was the target. Into turn one, Ricciardo spiced up the action and took the lead.
That's how it's done, ladies.
For the second time in 2014, Red Bull had victory in sight, and the impressive Australian started his celebrations even before he saw the checkered flag.
Yeah!
Cheers, boys. Took it. Yes!
Amazing.
Nice job.
Absolutely amazing. Sensational. You deserve that absolutely fully. Well done. Well done.
Ricciardo took his second Formula One win and Alonso scored his best result of the year. Hamilton made an astonishing recovery from the pit lane start and Massa's three-stop strategy gained him a place on his grid position. The gap between the two Mercedes was down to just 11 points and neither was prepared to give an inch. Ferrari's best result of the year so far propelled them up to third ahead of Williams. McLaren's weather forecast let them down and it was a missed opportunity for Force India.
First victory was awesome, but this one, you know, definitely sinks in more. And I mean, the 6 months I've had here at Red Bull have been awesome. They really have been. I've had some great races. Always, you know, we seem to be on the front foot, and I think what's been really impressive from them to see from me is the attacking. You know, the moving forward in the race. It was probably a question mark for a few of them, but showed them that, yeah, that's where it's at.
After a brief summer break, round 12 was the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa-Francorchamps. In the days leading up to the event, Toro Rosso announced that after 3 seasons with the team, Jean-Eric Vergne would be replaced by F3 title contender Max Verstappen. The son of Jos the Boss will become the youngest ever driver to start a Formula One race.
So Max, first of all, congratulations on your new contract with Toro Rosso. How are you handling all this media attention? It must be a bit different.
Well, I mean, it's a lot more than you get in F3, of course. So, but I mean, it's part of F1, so you have to get used to it.
And then one day you got that phone call to say you got a 2015 race seat with Toro Rosso. What was your emotions like? How did you feel?
Well, I couldn't believe it in the beginning, really. But yeah, once you've signed it, well, I was more than happy, of course, but also proud because my dad gave up his career after F1 to reach this goal. And yeah, I think together we were really proud on each other.
Whenever you look at your F3 car in the European Championship and you look at a Formula One car, vastly different. Are you excited about all those new toys?
Yeah, well, this is a proper car, I think. No, but I mean, the basic stuff is the same. I mean, a racing car is a racing car. So I think the step from F3 to F1 driving-wise is not that big. It's just everything around it. But I think I'm in a good situation here with Toro Rosso to support me in that.
He wasn't the only new signing for the weekend. 3-time Le Mans winner Andre Lotterer replaced Kobayashi. The German driver had raced many times at Spa, but the cars had changed a lot since his last F1 outing as a test driver for Jaguar in 2002.
To do a Formula One race is something that I always wanted to do, and you know, I grew up in Belgium. I know Spa very well, so I thought, yeah, let's do it. You know, I'm really thankful to Caterham to give me this opportunity. I hope I can help them to move forward, and yeah, and also thanks to Audi and my team in Japan to give me the freedom to do it. For sure, it will be a difficult challenge. I don't know if you can expect a lot from me, but I'm ready to give everything and to go flat out.
The weekend certainly started well. After a dry day Friday, rain arrived on Saturday, but Andre out-qualified his teammate and lined up 21st. Mercedes had taken 11 out of 12 pole positions this year, and it was Rosberg who took the prime spot ahead of his teammate. But there were no points for Saturday. It was the race that really mattered. The first task was to get down to the first corner in front and unscathed. "22 cars took their place on the grid. Nico was slow on the uptake, so the Mercedes went side by side, but it was advantage Lewis with Sebastian on the attack. While Bianchi and Grosjean made contact near the back. Hamilton led Vettel, Rosberg, Alonso and Ricciardo up through Eau Rouge. The Red Bulls looked pacier than expected on this power circuit. Vettel made the most of the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight. But instead of taking the lead, he cut the corner and lost track position to Rosberg. With Nico back up to second, his attention was fully focused on his teammate.
Copy that, copy that.
Nico tried to move around the outside to get the inside line.
Nico hit me. Nico's hit me. That's not cool, guys. That's unbelievable, guys. I can't believe he hit me.
The team's worst-case scenario had played out as many had predicted. Nico had closed on Lewis, but instead of a clean pass, his front wing end plate scraped Lewis's left rear tyre. Rosberg continued, but Hamilton was left with a puncture.
Was it a racing incident?
Yes, I believe so, Lewis.
It was a long way back to the pit lane for Lewis. He rejoined 19th, while his teammate led the race. Vettel was second, but Ricciardo was the man on the move at Alonso's expense. Another opportunity soon presented itself to Daniel. Vettel ran wide at Pouhon. And that allowed Ricciardo through to race after Rosberg. Lotterer barely broke into a sweat on his F1 debut. A hefty clout of a curb was thought to be behind a sudden loss of power. Nico had damaged his front wing during the run-in with Lewis, so after 8 laps he pitted for a new one. He lost time while the nose was replaced and left Ricciardo at the front of the field ahead of Vettel, Bottas and Alonso. But as Nico made his way round Gutierrez, he picked up some rather distracting debris.
So Nico, we're happy for you to try and pull it off yourself.
I can't, it's stuck on the front. It's stuck on the front.
Okay, copy, copy.
Cut this thing off. You have to cut it off. Have a good look at it. Start to pull it out, man.
It's just stuck on the antenna.
Rosberg wouldn't be held back and soon made an impulsive lunge for Vettel's 3rd place. But that left him vulnerable to a resurgent Bottas behind. Williams had expected more from qualifying, but now Valtteri had the fresher tyres, so he bided his time and waited for the moment to pounce. Rosberg tried to repel his advances, but Bottas wouldn't be restrained and moved up to 4th. 19th placed Hamilton had just stopped for a second time and found himself battling Chilton and Ericsson.
What is the reason you're keeping me out? Should save this engine, guys.
So Lewis, don't worry, it is being discussed, but your pace is good. Your pace is good. We never know what's going to happen with safety cars or anything later. So let's just keep plugging away and we will keep discussing it here.
Lap 31, Raikkonen had made up ground after an early first stop, but 5th placed Bottas was flying and Vettel was at the top of his hit list. This time last year, Grosjean had 53 points, but another retirement saw him stuck on just 8 in 2014. Lap 36, Rosberg was on the prowl, and 2nd placed Raikkonen was his target. four-time Spa winner, Kimi, tried to slipstream back round the Mercedes, but it wasn't to be. It was a day to forget for Hamilton. His retirement opened up the points deficit to Nico once again. It could have derailed his championship aspirations and highlighted the tensions within the team. Was there any way back? Any hopes for Raikkonen's return to the podium with Ferrari were dashed when Bottas easily took third. There was a four-way scrap for fifth. Alonso looked for a way round Magnussen. But that door was firmly closed and allowed Vettel to snatch sixth. The battling drivers were on mediums, but Sebastian had just stopped for a third time and was boosted by the pace of the soft tyres. Neither was willing to give an inch. But Magnussen had to concede defeat. Daniel Ricciardo had grabbed the bull by the horns and took his second consecutive race win.
Attaboy. Fantastic. Unbelievable drive. Unbelievable. How did you do that?
What's the back up? Unbelievable.
That was fun to drive. Thanks, big homies.
It's not like getting used to it now, mate.
Ricciardo picked up the pieces after the Mercedes fallout. Kimi scored his best result since he rejoined Ferrari. Kvyat held off Hülkenberg to finish 9th, while Magnussen was given a 20-second penalty, so dropped to 12th. But Mercedes failed to deliver when they should have walked away with a 1-2 finish. Lewis now lagged 29 points behind his teammate, while McLaren moved back ahead of Force India. The Mercedes clash could prove decisive in the battle for the title and had tremendous repercussions for the team. Emotions were at an all-time high after the race.
This is an absolutely unacceptable race for us. In lap 2, our drivers crashing into each other. Unbelievable.
The team has said it's unacceptable for you guys to touch so early in the race. How do you come back from this? How do you answer the team?
I agree that it's unacceptable that we touch.
Coming into this weekend, the rule has always been to look out for the team as number one and then race as much as we can without putting the other team member in jeopardy of points, and today that wasn't the case. We had different strategies, so regardless if I was in the lead or he was in the lead, we would both had an opportunity later on in the race, so it wasn't all had to be done in the first lap. But it's probably best I go right now.
Despite the run-in with Lewis and having to pit for a new front wing, Nico recovered well to finish just over 3 seconds behind race winner Ricciardo. But could Daniel make a late bid as a title contender?
Well done to Daniel.
Mercedes bosses sat down with their drivers and hammered out exactly what went wrong at Spa. Rosberg acknowledged his responsibility for the contact, but the Italian Grand Prix was the first chance to clear the air in public.
In Spa, definitely, I was not proud of the way it went, because in general, I really want to contribute to my sport in whatever inverted commas, because I want it to be the most entertaining sport in the world.
Have you found a baseline, if you like, of trust and understanding to encourage you to believe that you guys can work together from here?
I knew you were going to say that.
naturally, I mean, me and Nico have been racing for a long time, and I think we have set a good foundation a long time ago, so that's what we work from.
In general, there has been throughout the whole season a healthy rivalry within the team also, and that is why we are where we are. You know, we have the best car out there. We are the best team at the moment, and that's because we work well together as a team. You know, if you don't work well together as a team, you can't dominate the sport in the way we are at the moment. So I think that's the best proof of that.
First of all, you know, if that particular incident would have happened somewhere back in the field, it would have, or it has been actually judged as a racing incident. Now you don't want to see these kind of things between teammates, and I think this is valid for any other team, and particularly not between teammates who are racing each other for a win or for a podium. And we've made it very clear that we want to stick to our philosophy and letting the drivers race. It's about the driver championship, and we acknowledge that this is the most important championship. Nevertheless, what we said from the beginning is that there shouldn't be any contact between the cars. And I guess this is valid for us and is valid for any other team. And this is why we re-emphasize that point.
So Mercedes have put on a show of unity to the press. But can Nico and Lewis really keep it clean for the last part of the season? 7 races to go. Watch this space.
The historic circuit of Monza is one of Formula One's most atmospheric and evocative venues, and once again it marked the end of the European season. Alonso faced a tough challenge, starting 7th in front of the Tifosi. Directly ahead of the Ferrari favourite were the 2 McLarens. That meant the first 3 rows were filled by Mercedes-powered cars. Hamilton's first trouble-free qualifying in a while saw him take his 5th pole of the year. And of course it was his teammate who lined up next to him. Lewis couldn't engage the right engine mode for the start and was swamped. He dropped from pole to 4th. Magnussen absolutely flew off the line to grab 2nd, but Bottas dropped back. Alonso had to fight to hold position, while Ricciardo and Gutierrez had nowhere left to go. Anthony Hamilton couldn't believe his son's misfortunes. Massa made a move on Magnussen. Kevin got on the defensive, but that put him on the wrong foot and gave Hamilton the advantage. Magnussen was back down to 4th. Hamilton kept a watchful eye on Massa and had a good view of a rare mistake from Rosberg. Nico outbraked himself into turn 1. Lewis could sense a weakness and was spurred on in his pursuit. He made a bold but clean move on 2nd placed Massa. Now he was unleashed and set off after Nico. Wheel spin at the start saw Bottas slump to 11th by the end of the first lap. But he'd found his feet and was 3rd by the time he made his one and only stop at the end of lap 24. The circuit played to the strengths of the FW36, but Valtteri would have his work cut out when he found himself behind the Magnussen and Vettel scrap for 6th. And now Perez pushed him down to 9th. Nico needed to break the DRS to halt Hamilton, but he pushed too hard and made a costly mistake. It was an opportunity that couldn't be overlooked by Hamilton, and he seized the initiative. Now Nico was at a disadvantage. It was always going to be a tough weekend for Ferrari. The long straights exacerbated the shortcomings of their engine, but they didn't expect this. A failure of his ERS system was a frustrating end to such an important race for the team. His mechanics couldn't believe it, and neither could the fans. It was a very dejected Fernando who walked back to the garage for the inevitable debrief. With the pit stops out of the way, Bottas was on a charge for Magnussen's 5th place. But Kevin forced him wide and off track. He had to wait for another break, which took longer than he would have wanted. Magnussen tried to get out of the slipstream, but the Williams was just too quick, while Perez behind held off a similar attempt from Button. Bottas was in the zone, and soon he'd lined up the Red Bull of Vettel. An early stop for Sebastian helped him undercut Magnussen, but he paid the price in the latter stages of the race. Ricciardo had stayed out much longer and was able to go into full-blown attack mode. Sebastian's 5th place looked vulnerable. Vettel brushed off his advances. But Ricciardo clung on. And his persistence paid off. Seventh place Magnussen led Perez, Button and Raikkonen, but they were all lucky not to be taken out by an out-of-control Kvyat.
Brakes! Brakes!
But at least he was able to rejoin in the same position. After the setback of Spa, Hamilton's performance was a timely reminder of his strengths as a driver. He'd had the edge over his teammate all weekend.
Nice work, Lewis. Get in there, pal. Beautifully recovered, mate. Beautifully recovered.
It was another strong result for Williams and a great recovery drive from Bottas. Magnussen was penalised for pushing Valtteri off the track, so dropped to 10th. Perez fought well to stay ahead of Button, while Kobayashi was back in the Caterham for the time being at least. A good result was needed in Italy, but it wasn't to be. Just 2 points from a disastrous home race for Ferrari saw them behind Williams, while Alonso dropped to 5th. Lewis may not have been wearing Ferrari red, but the Tifosi gave him a huge cheer.
AMG Petronas represented by Evan Short, and in their honour the British and German national anthems.
Former Ferrari driver Felipe Massa scored his maiden podium for Williams, his first at Monza since 2010.
President of the Automobile Club d'Italia.
I spoke with our friends from Monza. They said maybe for Nico we change turn 1. Can you tell us what happened in turn 1?
Yeah, it was a pity.
Ragazzi, no.
It was a pity. Didn't work out today, but Lewis drove a great race and he deserves it, so it's okay.
Are you friend again?
Of course, we're teammates, and we always will be. So
that's the best picture we can see is when you are friends, because all your life you race together, and we like the way you drive, we like the way you fight. So we are very pleased to hear that.
What a great crowd we have here. This is amazing to see. The whole finish line straight is completely filled with fans, and you guys make this race, so thank you so much for the support.
But once the celebrations were over, the atmosphere was decidedly frosty in the cool-down room.
Thank you.
One of the big talking points since the last Grand Prix at Monza is a change at the top at Ferrari after 23 years. The chairman, Luca di Montezemolo, has stepped down and he'll be replaced by Sergio Marchionne, who's the CEO of Fiat Chrysler Automobiles. Montezemolo always knew the significance of Ferrari and was very focused on what he wanted to achieve there.
You've been brought back into Ferrari to make them successful as they once were. Can you see progress now?
Not yet. I think that it's a very hard and long work to do, so there are a lot of things to do yet.
Now, what has Montezemolo achieved in Formula One over the years? 23 years at the helm. The answer is quite a lot. 14 Drivers' and Constructors' World Championships. The main milestones were 1993, when he hired Jean Todt, who was then working with Peugeot, to become the team principal. Todd hired Michael Schumacher at the end of 1995 for the start of the 96 season, and so began the genus of an absolutely outstanding dream team that was augmented the following year by Ross Brawn, the technical director at the time of Benetton. He brought Rory Byrne, the designer, with him, and then the dream team was really in business.
Ferrari is a strong team, and I want to see a Ferrari win the championship. It was important for me in the 70s when I've got Niki. Is important today.
There were a few near misses until 1999, when Ferrari finally won the Constructors' Championship, and a year later Schumacher added the driver's title that the team had been waiting for well over 20 years. They went on a winning streak after that, winning Drivers' and Constructors' World Championships, contributing to the 14 titles that Montezemolo won in his time at Ferrari. So what will all this mean for the Ferrari Formula One team? Well, Marco Mattiacci was put in charge here back in April after Stefano Domenicali resigned, and he's put in place a restructuring plan which he will be allowed to continue with. So for the moment, nothing changes. Mattiacci is the team principal. But one thing is for sure, Montezemolo was one of the big beasts of Formula One. A mass of achievements, some incredible memories, and for sure, he will never be too far away from this sport.
Singapore's legendary skyline provides a truly spectacular backdrop to the Grand Prix. Mercedes once again locked out the front row of the grid, but they left it to the final seconds to decide which one of them was on pole. Hamilton was on the limit, but so too was Rosberg. Nico looked to have got it, until Lewis beat him by just 7/1000ths of a second. The Singapore Grand Prix is a truly unique event. And it gets the thumbs up from former Silver Arrows driver Sir Stirling Moss.
To come to a place as lovely as this and find the enthusiasm of the crowd and the cars, I mean, it really is magic. I can't think of anywhere that compares with this other than maybe Monza. Tremendous hype here, terrific.
Would you have liked to have raced at night?
Oh, you better believe I would. Morning, noon or night. Yes, certainly. I think it's fantastic what they do, and obviously it fits in very well with England. And I think it's just great to achieve it. I mean, how difficult it was must have been amazing.
So it was advantage Hamilton in qualifying, but the race down to turn one was going to be very interesting.
You don't win on the first corner, but you can lose it, and that is very important. So it depends an enormous amount on Lewis, particularly, I think, on how he plays it, or how he gets to the first corner.
Hamilton kept his cool ahead of the start. While Rosberg smiled in the face of adversity. He'd had problems with his steering wheel before he'd even left the garage. The team did their best to fix the problem on the grid. But it looked to have all gone wrong before the race had started. After Spa and Monza, Singapore was quite another challenge. The high downforce circuit had played to Red Bull's strengths in the past, and there was one Mercedes in trouble.
So, Nico, obviously intermittent fault. If you have control of it, just pull away manually. If you don't, we're going to have to start from the pit lane.
He tried different buttons, but his car was stuck in neutral. His Mercedes cut a lonely figure on the grid. The formation lap was the usual mad dash into position for the mechanics, while Rosberg was pushed into the pit lane. That would make Hamilton's run down to turn one that little bit easier, while Vettel had a much clearer view ahead. Lights out, Hamilton was untroubled up front. Ricciardo was sluggish and lost out to his teammate. Alonso was quick on the gas, but not so quick on the brakes. With the pack safely through the first corner, Rosberg was allowed to join the race. But the odds looked stacked against him. Hamilton led Alonso, Vettel, Ricciardo, Raikkonen, Massa and Magnussen. Fernando gave the position straight back to Sebastian and slotted in ahead of Daniel. But discussions continued at Mercedes. Rosberg was right at the back and there was nothing he could do about it.
So Nico, at the moment, just keep trying the strat. The only thing that is working on the dash is your gear shift paddles, okay?
Mercedes got ready for a longer stop than usual.
So Nico, it will be first gear. We'll stall the car, change the tyres, fire up and go.
The team hoped to rectify the problem by changing the steering wheel. They were running out of options, but the problem clearly wasn't resolved.
Okay, let's park it. Stop, 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 switch off.
Oh, put the defaults in, plug in and put the defaults in.
He tried in vain, but it was all over. The victory was now Hamilton's for the taking. He had a huge gap to Vettel, Alonso and Ricciardo. The retirement was not what he needed at this time of the season. Lap 23 and Maldonado got a bit too attached to his left front wheel gun. Perez was fired up, but his attempt to appropriate 15th from Sutil didn't go to plan. An emergency pit stop was required. Checo needed a new front wing. But before he could make it back, it collapsed and shed debris all over the track, preserving the 100% safety car record at the track.
I got that with Sutil. I broke my front wing.
Ferrari used the time to pit Fernando for a new set of softs, but his third stop could cost him the chance to fight for second place. Rosberg rued his own misfortune, but Hamilton's advantage was completely wiped out.
Yeah, so you've got 7 cars behind, all on the prime tyre.
So it's going to be a problem for me.
Negative, negative. You'll have a pace advantage.
Before long, the race was back on. Hamilton had to get his head down. Qualifying lap pace was needed to pull out a gap to Vettel, Ricciardo, Alonso, Massa and Bottas. Mercedes laid out the strategy to him.
And we're going to target another 7 laps on this tyre if we can. 7.
Just a question, but that sounds a bit risky. There's another safety car. Don't we lose out then?
No, we'll be straight in that case, Lewis. So 12 laps to go, 12 laps to go. Gap at 22.7, 22.7.
You guys need to box me soon. My tyres are going off. Cannot get to 27. My right rear is getting seriously worn. I'm not sure whether these things are going to explode or not.
Lewis had almost a full pit stop gap over Vettel. Rosberg kept a close eye from the pit wall when Lewis made his 3rd stop on lap 52.
So I reckon you'll come out between Vettel and Ricciardo. Between Vettel and Ricciardo, you will have a big pace advantage.
He wasn't quite able to rejoin at the front of the field, but the 2 stopping Red Bulls were managing their tyres, so Lewis needed to mount a serious challenge soon.
9 laps to go. Don't take any risks.
Rosberg's retirement loomed at the back of their minds. Hamilton used his pace advantage on new soft tyres and soon crawled all over Vettel. Sebastian wanted to keep Ricciardo and Alonso at bay, but he had only stopped twice and knew he was an easy target for Lewis, who was in a league of his own. While that was happening, Button had dropped down the order thanks to a power box failure.
Shutdown, complete shutdown.
Okay, Jensen, we're looking at it.
That's game over.
Yeah, Jensen, turn the car fully off.
Raikkonen chased down 6th place Bottas, but he didn't seem to see Verne waiting in the wings. It was a fantastic move from the under-pressure Frenchman. But he wasn't done yet. Valtteri was there for the taking. Some off-track excursions had seen Jev fall foul of the stewards, but a stop for new softs and he was flying. A similar strategy had aided Perez, so he was perfectly positioned to take over 8th when Bottas ran wide. The race had run to its 2-hour time limit. Hamilton won by over 13 seconds to reignite the championship battle. While both Red Bulls finished on the podium for only the 2nd time this year. Hamilton capitalised on his teammates' problems to take the lead of the championship for the first time since Spain. Massa drove a mammoth last stint on the softs to finish 5th, while Verne held on to 6th despite a time penalty. Alonso and Vettel moved up at the expense of Bottas. Perez jumped Raikkonen, while a poor race with just 1 point meant McLaren fell behind Force India yet again. Vettel did it in 2013, now Hamilton did the clean sweep. Pole position, race win, and the fastest lap.
Tell me, Lewis, did you ever dream or think that this would be the result today?
Of course, I was dreaming it last night, but you never think it's going to really happen. I just want to say a huge thanks to my team. That what they've done this year is absolutely incredible, and to be out here, arriving here with knowing that we have a car that we can fight with, and just the feeling I had through the race, it's you know, I couldn't do it without them. So thank you guys.
Vettel was pleased with his best result of the season.
I had a good start, got past Daniel, and then I think we had a decent race, played a little bit with strategy, and then the safety car came in the worst possible moment for us. So we tried to obviously stay out on, with the last set of tires and make them work, which was very, very much borderline. A lot of pressure, obviously, from Daniel and also from Fernando behind, but very happy, obviously, to make it P2.
This time, the sparks hadn't exploded between the two Mercedes drivers, and Hamilton looked in complete control. Just 3 days after his 17th birthday, Max Verstappen made his Formula One debut in first practice at Suzuka. The team had already announced that he would replace Verne in 2015, and the Frenchman stepped aside so the youngest Formula One driver could get some mileage under his belt. He quickly got to grips with the car on one of the most challenging circuits in preparation for his race debut next season. A broken exhaust valve cut short his running, but he finished an impressive 12th. On Saturday morning, Vettel shocked the paddock when he revealed that he would be leaving Red Bull. After 4 drivers and 4 constructors' titles, he decided it was time for a new challenge. Toro Rosso rookie Daniel Kvyat was confirmed as his replacement.
We've achieved so much together. We've had wonderful times on track and off track. 8 world championships, 4 drivers, 4 constructors. But everything in life comes to an end at some point, and Seb's decided the timing's right for him to move on, and we look forward to an exciting new future with Danny Kvyat, and obviously the proven talent that Daniel Ricciardo's demonstrated he is. We're looking ahead, with a great deal of excitement. Obviously a degree of sadness in saying goodbye to Seb, but excitement about what the future holds.
Hamilton's immediate future didn't look too great in practice 3, when he overcooked it at turn 1. His team had their work cut out to repair the car in time for Lewis to qualify. Hamilton recovered well to set the second fastest lap, but it wasn't enough to beat his teammate, who seized his 12th career pole. It was all change on race day. Just minutes before the pit lane opened, the conditions were very wet. The rain had set in and was expected to get worse. The pit lane was now closed. The rain showed no sign of abating, and it was getting heavier. The only option was to start the race behind the safety car. The Williams drivers were 3rd and 4th, but they knew a dry race would better suit their car. While a lowly 9th placed Vettel had compromised his qualifying setup to be in better shape for the race. For the 8th time this year, Rosberg and Hamilton locked out the front row. But the first car into turn 1 was guaranteed to be the safety car, thanks to the weather. Conditions were incredibly difficult. As Ericsson in the Caterham found out, he'd qualified ahead of Bianchi, Kobayashi and Chilton, but dropped to the back of the field.
Just make sure Nico doesn't do any dramatic stops, because I can't see him.
Okay, so remember, no dramatic stopping of the car. Lewis is saying that the conditions are so poor he can't see you.
Definitely too much water at the moment. We can't start the race like this.
Race suspended, race suspended. You'll be following the safety car. So follow the safety car.
After 2 laps, it was clear that there was too much water to continue. Another grid effectively formed in the pit lane, so Nico remained at the front. The race would restart behind the safety car once the conditions had improved. All cars fitted another set of wet tyres, so for now everyone just had to wait. After 20 minutes, the outlook had improved. So the cars left the pit lane. But the lights had gone out on Alonso's steering wheel display, and he crawled to a halt. He had out-qualified the Red Bulls, but his hopes of challenging for a podium had fizzled out, and he couldn't believe it. The team didn't know what happened, but it looked to have been a problem with the electrical system. On track, the drivers were keen to get back to what they do best, racing.
Charlie, the track is fine. We've already done 2 more laps already, and the track is good.
Another battle between the 2 teammates was imminent. They were nose to tail, ready to attack or defend as required. Lap 10, and the race finally got underway. The 2 Mercedes put some air between themselves and the rest of the field, while Button and Maldonado made the dash to the pit lane for intermediate tyres. There was still a lot of spray. Hamilton knew the best way to improve his visibility was to get round Nico. Then it was Bottas, Massa, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Vettel and Raikkonen.
Box, Daniel, box this lap.
All eyes had monitored Button's progress on the Inters. The time was right to make the switch. The pit lane was very busy and no one could afford to make a mistake. Positions could be lost and gained by the smallest of margins.
Okay, Daniel, some people have stayed out. We need to be quick now.
Button's early gamble had paid off. Then it was Bottas, Ricciardo and Magnussen. Vettel was due in and hoped a good stop might help him jump his teammate. Nico had pitted first and Hamilton was next up to be serviced. He was still on the wet tyres and had started to struggle.
Okay, Lewis, box.
Their speed advantage meant they were able to assess the pace of others on Inters before making the change themselves and avoid coming out into traffic.
Okay, so Lewis is just in the pit lane pitting. You should come out clear of him.
It was going to be close. But that little off from Lewis had cost him crucial seconds, and he'd have to overhaul Nico on track. A quick in-lap from Vettel saw him jump his teammate in the pits. Now he was right on the back of 5th-placed Massa.
Good job, Sebastian. Bottas ahead, 55.8.
The Red Bulls were much stronger in the wet than the dry. Now, Ricciardo hounded the Williams. In a bold move, he dispensed with Massa and was up to 6th. But it had started to rain again. While Hamilton kept Rosberg honest at the front, Vettel was right on the back of 4th-placed Bottas. The conditions had deteriorated, but that didn't stop the 4-time Japanese Grand Prix winner.
Good job, Sebastian.
Button 54.3.
Ricciardo mirrored his teammate, and now he mounted an attack on Valtteri. Finding grip offline was not easy, but somehow Daniel did it.
Okay, Daniel, pace is good. You and Sebastian are quickest cars on circuit, half a second quicker than everyone else.
Lap 26, and Lewis was now within striking distance of Nico. But even the smallest slip-up would be exaggerated in these conditions.
Lewis, you're still the fastest man out there, so just keep it on black stuff.
He certainly looked to have the upper hand. Lewis had explored the limits of Turn 1 thanks to his crash on Saturday morning and made an absolutely stunning move to take the lead. Would Nico be able to respond? Magnussen had endured a challenging afternoon. Electronic problems forced an extra stop for a steering wheel swap, then a mistake cost him even more time. It was unfortunate timing when both McLaren drivers faced an uncertain future with the team. Vettel was on Inters and wanted to catch Rosberg.
Okay, there's a lot of rain now.
Starts to rain a lot. Starts to rain a lot, guys.
Okay, copy that, Felipe, understood.
But Ricciardo went from strength to strength. He made a move on fourth-placed Button. But couldn't make it stick. Jensen was on a fight back after losing vital time in the pits when his steering wheel was replaced. But Ricciardo wasn't done yet. And this time he stayed in front. Lap 42, Sutil lost control on the outside of turn 7.
Adrian, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
A recovery vehicle was dispatched to move the car to safety. While this was being done, Bianchi lost control of his car, travelled across the runoff area and hit the back of the tractor. Once the marshals reported that the driver was injured, medical teams were dispatched and the safety car was deployed. Bianchi was removed from the car, taken to the Circuit Medical Centre and then by ambulance to hospital.
Lewis, so there's been an incident. We don't know what the situation is. Race will not be resumed. Race will not be resumed.
The news that Bianchi had suffered a severe head injury soon filtered through the pit lane and cast a long shadow over the race. In accordance with the regulations, the final classification was taken from the end of lap 44 rather than the order in which the cars returned to the pits. Red Bull's compromise in qualifying paid off, but Williams didn't get to grips with the wet conditions. Button drove well, but both McLarens were delayed by their steering wheel changes. Hamilton stayed ahead of his teammate in the title fight, while Alonso's second retirement of the year meant he fell behind Vettel in the overall standings. But the mood was very sombre, as everyone's thoughts focused on Jules Bianchi.
Well, it was just the same what happened to me. So he also had aquaplaning, and so this absolutely same, just one lap later, and yeah, but it hit him hard. So that's all I can say. I don't know. I have no information about how he is. So I really hope for him that it's all okay, or it's getting there, and my thoughts are with him at the moment.
I think people outside tend to underestimate due to the fact that fortunately we didn't have bad accidents for a long time. For now, obviously, not knowing what's going on is probably the worst. So I hope that we will hear some positive news very soon.
Yeah, it's devastating to hear. We want to entertain, we want to put on a good show. We have so many fans here and obviously people watching. But and when you're leading the race and enjoying it, and then you hear one of your colleagues getting seriously injured, I mean, we never want that. And yeah, so I'm just going to say a big prayer for him. I hope he's okay.
Formula One's first visit to Russia was held at the brand new Sochi Autodrome. But emotions were still very raw following the tragic events of Japan. The Marussia team prepared a new chassis, but as a mark of support to Jules and a mark of respect to his family, the team decided not to run a second car. On Friday, FIA President Jean Todt, whose son Nicolas manages Jules, held a press conference with Charlie Whiting, Professor Jean-Charles Piette and Dr. Ian Roberts to address the media.
It's of course with a great emotion that we wanted to make this point with you to comment the tragedy which has happened last Sunday in Suzuka, where you know that the consequences are that Jules Bianchi is fighting for life at the moment in the hospital next to Suzuka, in the Mai hospital. And I had to ask Charlie Whiting, the Formula One race director, to make a full report about what has happened last weekend.
Charlie Whiting is putting together a complete report on the incident and every event that made it happen. That will then be handed to the FIA Safety Commission, who is then going to appoint a group of experts. Those experts will look at each of these situations and identify solutions to the problems to come up with for the future. Now, these won't happen overnight because it will take a long time. Part of those solutions will be a mandatory speed limit in a yellow flag zone. Part of it could be skirts on the diggers to stop any car from penetrating underneath the digger. Part of it could be cockpit protection. But the experts will look at it in detail and try to find solutions to every one of the problems.
The drivers showed their ongoing support for their colleague who remained critically ill in hospital in Japan. Located on the Black Sea, round 16 of the championship was the inaugural Russian Grand Prix.
New for 2014, the Russian Grand Prix here in Sochi. This is the Olympic Park, but they've done a fantastic job of actually making a racetrack within that facility. And you have to say they've done a great job on the track itself, because it's got slow speed corners, very, very technical, very easy to lose a lot of time in, very difficult to make up a lot of time in, so you've got to be very precise. High speed corners that will really be very demanding on the tyres. There's two long straights, both with DRS on it, so good overtaking possibilities at the end of those straights. So Daniel, we're here at this fantastic new facility in Sochi. You must feel very proud of this track.
Yeah, it looks like they built a fantastic track here with a lot of good facilities. Looks like very modern track, very nice, and of course, hopefully, it will be also very nice to drive.
And we're standing here in pole position. I mean, you must feel pretty happy for next year, because after 1 year at Toro Rosso, you're now moving to Red Bull, replacing four-time world champion Sebastian Vettel. So, is next year the year we're going to see you here?
I think next year the chances probably are a bit higher to stay here, but nevertheless, I'm doing my best in every race, and still with Toro Rosso, we have some unfinished business in the last races, and I'll try to make up for it. And yeah, next year I'm very happy about being part of Red Bull Racing.
Hamilton was already on provisional pole from Rosberg and Bottas. And he went even quicker on his last run of Q3. Bottas was blisteringly quick at the end of Sector 2 and looked on course for his first pole position. But he'd taken too much out of his tyres early on and had nothing left for a final flourish. So he had to settle for third, ahead of Button. Kvyat was ahead of both Red Bulls in an excellent 5th place in front of his home crowd, while Rosberg was just 2/10 off his teammate in 2nd place. Sunday marked the inaugural Russian Grand Prix, and the promoters put on a spectacular show. Around 1,000 people participated, including modern dancers and a Cossack dance group. A giant Russian flag filled the start-finish straight. And there was a display by the Russian Air Force. Just moments before the start, the drivers stood together with local dignitaries, race officials and the whole F1 community to show their support for Jules Bianchi. A new track is a step into the unknown for all teams and drivers. Hamilton countered an attack from Rosberg. Alonso launched up to 5th and left quite a squabble behind as Kvyat was swamped. Rosberg looked very determined, but he overstepped the mark. And more importantly, he'd flat-spotted his tyres. Several drivers ran wide, and there were battles all the way down the field.
Okay, you need to give the position back to Lewis now, please.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to, I have to box because of vibrations.
A problem in Q1 left Massa just 18th on the grid, so he was a man on a mission. Taken a Sauber and both Force Indias in just a matter of meters. But could he keep up that rate of overtaking? Hamilton closed on the lead.
Okay, Lewis, so no need to attack. Do not attack Nico. Do not attack Nico. Hold position.
Too late. He'd stamped his authority on the race. With 3 wins in a row, Lewis was on a roll. Rosberg and Massa took to the pits at the end of the first lap, so Hamilton led from Bottas, Button, Alonso and Verne. Nico took on a new set of mediums and hoped he could make them last to the end of the race. Williams took a gamble after Massa's unfortunate qualifying. He started on the mediums, and now he made the first of 2 stops for new softs. A gearbox change had cost Magnussen 5 places on the grid, but he'd really had the bits between his teeth. Now he saw an opportunity to steal 5th from Verne. He wanted to capitalise on McLaren's improved form, but Jev had also made big gains from 9th and wasn't going to sit back and just wave him through. Kevin waited to pounce, and in the second DRS zone, he made the move and made it stick. While they debated 5th, Vettel, Ricciardo and Kvyat had closed right up. Before long, the Red Bulls were on the move. Vettel muscled through to 6th. Then Ricciardo took 7th. From 9th to 5th and back down to 8th. And now his teammate fancied his chances. Daniel had dropped down the order at the start, but Verne took a firm stance. Raikkonen got involved and he gave Jev some breathing space when he relegated Daniel to 10th. Marussia had wanted to put on a good performance for Jules, but on lap 10, Max Chilton was forced to pit because of a problem with his car.
Front left broken suspension.
Understood, Max. Understood. Front left broken suspension.
Rosberg had pushed to make up ground after his first lap error, and now on lap 20, he chased down Perez. This time he got his braking right and was up to 10th. Alonso made his one and only stop on lap 25, but his front jack failed to work, and it would cost him 2 places to Magnussen and Rosberg. Sutil went to pass Grosjean for 16th. But Romain's left front sent the Sauber into a spin.
Is your front wing okay? Do you think tyres are okay still?
Yes, everything okay. Just turn me around.
Lap 31, Rosberg was on a push again. Second place Bottas was well within his grasp. Valtteri had just pitted for new mediums, but he still seemed powerless against the might of the Mercedes. But Vitaly Petrov knew that Nico still had to make those tyres last. Up front, Hamilton had dominated at the new Sochi circuit. His 4th consecutive win was in a league of its own, and amazingly, it was a Mercedes 1-2.
Well done, Lewis. We made history today. First Formula One World Championship for Mercedes-Benz. And a great part you played in it. Well done, Lewis.
Congratulations to the team on the Constructors' Championship. Great job, man. History in the making.
Well done, Nico. Good drive today, great recovery, and today we made history. First Formula One World Championship for Mercedes.
Sorry guys, that was very unnecessary. But yeah, thank you for the unbelievable car to be able to recover from that. And also, congratulations guys for winning the Constructors' Championship. Really, really, you all deserve it so much after all these hard years.
The first race in Sochi proved to be demanding, with many drivers managing fuel consumption towards the end. Bottas set the fastest time on the final lap, but couldn't catch the recovering Rosberg. Button scored another 4th place, while Massa's strategy didn't pay off. After 4 years with Red Bull, the Constructors' Trophy would move to Mercedes. A good haul of points from McLaren saw them switch places with Force India yet again. But could they use this momentum to catch Ferrari in the last 3 races? Russian President Vladimir Putin handed out the trophies on a historic day for the team which took over from Braun GP. A new era had begun in 2010, and it wasn't until their third season that Nico scored their first victory. But the new regulations had been an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss, and they simply produced the best package of 2014.
Congratulations, you just look ecstatic.
Yeah, and I am. It's amazing to the results that what this team has achieved, you know, and we made history. Just to, when you step back and think, geez, you know, Mercedes won here 100 years ago, and you know, I've won for Mercedes today, and also the team won the Constructors' Championship for the first time ever. You know, to be a part of that is such a blessing, such a privilege.
How on earth did you make one set of tyres last that long?
It's just I have a great car. My car is unbelievable, you know, and that allowed me to come back today.
3 races left to go. What have you got to do to turn the tide back in your favour?
Continue to attack like I did this weekend, but just do it a bit better.
One title may have been decided, but there was the small matter of the Drivers' Championship, and that looks set to go to the bitter end. Formula One moved west for the United States Grand Prix. Marussia and Caterham didn't race due to financial reasons, and that necessitated a change to the qualifying format. The 4 slowest cars would be knocked out of Q1 and another 4 from Q2. It had been on the cards for a while. Vettel went into the weekend knowing he'd have to use his 6th power unit of the season, as he'd replaced all 6 available elements and would start the race from the pit lane. He set just 1 flying lap in Q1. And when everyone had put a time on the board, his 9th place became 17th. But at least the fans got to see him take to the track for his last qualifying session in the US, driving a Red Bull car. Sauber went into the weekend having announced Marcus Ericsson as one of their drivers for 2015. And a great lap from Sutil on Saturday launched the team into Q3 for the first time this season, even if Raikkonen pipped him to 9th.
That's P10. P10, we made it. Good job, Adrian.
Yes. Yes, yes. Very good.
Mercedes scored yet another 1-2. And it was Rosberg who outpaced his teammate. The stage was set for a fantastic United States Grand Prix, with Bottas ready to pounce on any intra-Mercedes calamities. Vettel's pit lane start meant a creative strategy was needed, with 17 cars heading into turn 1 in front of him. Hamilton had looked unstoppable since Monza, while Rosberg needed 3 strong races, so pole position was a great start. Lewis slotted in behind Nico. Massa got one over on his teammate, while Alonso made a typically good start and tried to take 4th from Bottas. Ricciardo had slipped back from 5th, but he had to keep pace with the cars in front. He quickly got his groove back. and blasted past Magnussen to take 6th. Kevin had nothing to respond with, while things were bunching up behind them. Perez made a move on Sutil and collected Raikkonen in the process.
And they continue, Adrian?
No, Paris just kicked me off the circuit. Ah.
Okay.
Checo's car was wrecked, and he received a 7th-place grid penalty for Brazil, while it dashed Sauber's hopes of scoring their first points of the year. Hamilton couldn't jump Rosberg when the safety car went in, but the two Mercedes immediately pulled out a gap from the rest of the field. The Williams went side by side in front. Ricciardo looked for a way round Alonso that almost left him on a collision course with Bottas. Fernando shadowed his every move, but Daniel was soon back to where he started in 5th. He picked up the pace and was soon in range of Bottas at the first round of stops.
Okay, Daniel, Bottas has pitted. He should be clear of him at pit exit. Be close, but clear of Bottas.
It was very close, but Ricciardo had it covered. Rosberg had pitted first, now it was Hamilton's turn.
Okay, Lewis, standard adjust to be down 2 turns. Let us know if you want any more.
This car's a little bit oversteering, but I'll take the 2 turns.
With both cars running the same strategies, Lewis would have to get past on track. After 16 laps, Hulkenberg had to call it a day thanks to a loss of power. The team scored no points, and it was a blow to their hopes of overhauling McLaren. Lewis had steadily closed on race leader Nico. But how much of a risk was he willing to take to seize the lead and increase his championship edge? A Rosberg-led 1-2 would leave Hamilton still on top, but the gap would be down to just 10 points. And that could give Nico the psychological edge going into the final 2 rounds. But could they go head-to-head without coming to blows? Ferrari couldn't afford to lose ground to McLaren in the last few races, so Alonso focused his attention on Button. The two drivers were engaged in a spirited battle, and neither was willing to relinquish an inch. Fernando muscled his way through. But Jensen was ahead for the moment, at least. Fernando watched and waited. He forced his Ferrari into the first corner and eventually edged clear for 7th. The gap between the Mercedes was now under a second. And Lewis revealed his hand. Rosberg's wife, Vivian, couldn't believe her eyes. Lewis wanted to get as close as he could for the DRS zone. So when Nico made an Urs selection error, Hamilton went for the kill. And off into the distance. Massa was in for a second time. He took on a new set of mediums, but it wasn't the quickest of stops, and Ricciardo was poised to pounce yet again.
Okay, mate, you're going to be very close at pit exit. Very close.
Despite his tardy start, Daniel had jumped Valtteri at the first stops, and now he made light work of Felipe.
Okay, mate, let's get a good gap so you can't DRS us.
Vettel made a late 4th stop. He'd fought his way up to 7th, but he would have to do it all again. The team had hoped for more, but a decent result was possible if he could maximise his new soft tyres. With just a handful of laps to go, 8th-placed Button led Grosjean, Verne, Maldonado and Kvyat. Jensen came under attack, but it was a gung-ho move from Jev that took Romain by surprise.
What was that?
Okay, Roman, Charlie is looking at the incident. Charlie is looking at the incident.
And he decided that Verne would receive a 5-second time penalty after the race. 2013 Austin race winner Vettel had used his fresher tyres to good effect, and there was nothing Magnussen could do to stop Sebastian taking 7th. The atmosphere was jovial in Mercedes, and with good reason. For the second time in Austin, Hamilton took the victory and his 5th consecutive win.
Guys, thank you so much. All the hard work you all back at the factory and here, I couldn't have done it without you. I'm so grateful for all the efforts you put in. Thank you.
Alonso finished over 90 seconds behind the leaders with Kimi a lap down. One-time race winner Maldonado scored his first points of 2014 despite 2 speeding penalties, while Verne dropped back from 9th after he too fell foul of the stewards. Now only a Mercedes driver could become the 2014 world champion. Vettel and Alonso were equal on points. Williams increased their lead over Ferrari, while it was Force India's first double retirement since Hungary. Hamilton had plenty to celebrate. He now held the record for most F1 wins by a British driver and equalled Alonso's 32 career wins.
The car was great today, but you know what? We didn't go where's the Stenson? Can I use your hat?
In a minute.
You don't want to take it out?
Yeah, I'm still on official duty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're the sheriff.
Okay.
Rosberg had the advantage on Saturday, but Lewis was the man who came back. As high noon approached, Lewis finally got to wear the sheriff's hat. But had he taken a step closer to getting his hands on that title? In the sprawling metropolis of São Paulo is the Interlagos circuit, home to the much-loved Brazilian Grand Prix. And in Friday morning practice, another Brazilian driver was able to stir the emotions of the crowd. On Wednesday, Felipe Nasser had confirmed his move to Sauber for 2015 alongside Marcus Ericsson.
Very pleased for that opportunity. But first of all, I have to thank Williams for the great year I had with them. I had the opportunity to learn, to be inside the team with the drivers, engineers, and had a few practice sessions to learn how the Formula One works. And finally, I was prepared to make the move, and I'm really happy to be joining Sauber now.
The circuit is renowned for its bumpy nature, so ahead of the penultimate round in 2014, the track had been resurfaced, but that in itself presents different challenges for the teams to adapt to.
For those who doesn't know, Interlagos was built in quite an irregular surface, so they tend to do quite a resurface job in a few years to try and help that. And we can see the tarmac is brand new, which it tends to have quite a big evolution during the weekend. So teams expect they will see the track improving during the weekend, and the cars, that will affect the cars, the balance, and the drivers commenting. You know, they're feeling, you know, the track coming to them. So it's something we have to point out. And also when it's wet, it tends to bring some moisture out of the surface, making it a lot more slippery.
And the new pit lane entrance here as well.
Looks quite a good decision, seems a safe decision. You have drivers trying to stop the car a bit more before getting in the pit lane. So it's something they will be finding their limits on the free practice and be ready for the race.
Alonso found the limit of his power unit in practice too. The team wasn't unduly concerned as it had reached the end of its cycle. Nevertheless, it was frustrating to cut short their track time. On Saturday, local boy Felipe Massa's first flying lap was quick enough to secure third place on the grid. The Mercedes were already 1 and 2, but both were on hot laps and wanted to improve. Hamilton's Interlagos record was not good, with only one podium back in 2009. He set the fastest time, for the moment at least. Rosberg was a few seconds down the road and looked mighty quick. His 10th pole of 2014 would earn him the inaugural pole position trophy.
Yes! Well done, Bozy.
The circuit had a special place in Felipe's heart, but could he take the race to Mercedes in front of his home fans? The predicted rain didn't emerge, so race day was warm and dry. Rosberg got away well and was unchallenged at the front, but Hamilton didn't want to take any risks in the run down to turn 1. The field bunched up, but everyone negotiated the tricky Senna S without incident. Rosberg led, Hamilton, Massa, Bottas and Button. While an under-pressure Vettel went wide and lost out to Magnussen and Alonso. Early pit lane activity indicated a 3-stop strategy. Kvyat was on a long first stint and had nothing left to give when Massa launched an attack.
Good job, Felipe. We're back up to P3.
But not so fast. Felipe had been caught speeding in the pit lane, and at the next round of stops, he would have to serve a 5-second penalty.
We have to hold you 5 seconds before your pit stop, and then we will service your car.
The mechanics were poised for action, but had to wait to get to work. There were problems on the other side of the Williams garage as well.
My lap belt seat belts open. You guys need to try and buckle those seat belts in the next stop.
A firm, we will, A firm.
So it's the left-hand side over my hips, the lap belt.
It was a long stop while the team resolved his issue and strapped him back in securely. The extra time meant he dropped all the way down to 15th. Hamilton was on a push to try to pass Rosberg at the second round of stops and gave it everything he had.
Okay, Lewis, so box. We're not going to make a flap adjust. Let us know.
2 laps later than his teammate, race leader Hamilton was in for a new set of mediums. The spin had definitely cost him a chance to challenge for the victory, but now he had to play it cool. While Rosberg hurtled down the pit straight and back into the lead. Nico had room to breathe and could nurse those tyres to control the gap to Lewis and defend from any late attack.
So gap to Nico at 7 seconds.
Kvyat seemed to be a wanted man. Button had no trouble relieving him of 6th place. While the driver Daniel had replaced at Toro Rosso encountered problems of his own in the Red Bull.
Yeah, left front brake's gone. Could feel it start to wobble. So just cruise back to the pits.
If you think it's unsafe, stop the car, Otherwise, drive back slowly.
He made it back to the pit lane for the team to investigate.
Got the brake pedal.
Pretty sure it's done.
The team had a good look and found it was actually a problem with the front suspension. His run of 15 races in the points had come to an end. Lap 50, Button and Massa were due in for their third stops, but Felipe confused Jensen's pit crew with his own. He didn't let a minor mishap hold him back, and with Hulkenberg yet to make another stop, Felipe saw an opportunity and moved back up to third. Fifth place Raikkonen was the only driver on a two-stop strategy, and on tyres that were over 25 laps old, he was an easy target for Button. Well, in theory. Wheel to wheel, they battled it out. But by doing so, they allowed Vettel to join in the fun. Jensen finally grabbed fourth, while Sebastian moved up to fifth. Raikkonen's strategy left him vulnerable in the closing laps, and before long his teammates saw an opportunity that was too good to miss. Kimi had put up an almighty fight, but Alonso got the job done to take sixth. Hamilton had whittled away at Rosberg's lead, and with DRS they were now very close. Lewis couldn't take too many risks, and Nico wasn't making any mistakes, while others just enjoyed the race. After the disappointment of Austin, Nico was back. The 15th win for the team equalled the highest number of victories in a season held by McLaren and Ferrari.
Great win, great drive, Nico. You were best in every session this weekend. Fantastic.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks a lot, guys. Great job.
But the biggest cheer was reserved for Sao Paulo's own Felipe Massa.
Well done, mate. Nice podium at home. That was really, really well driven. I was worried a little bit there with that 5-second stop, but you brought it back good. Really, really good. Car was good. Guys did a great job for you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. It was a great race. I'm sorry for my mistake. So happy to be on this team.
Rosberg's win was a blow to Hamilton. With uncertain times at McLaren, Button was happy with fourth, unlike Magnussen down in ninth, while a promising afternoon failed to deliver and resulted in just 1 point for Bottas. Vettel moved up to fourth in the table, while Red Bull had now secured second in the Constructors. Ferrari and McLaren brought home the same points, but could the Scuderia cling on to fourth? A couple of errors did not keep Massa from scoring an emotional podium at his home event. From the shouts of the crowd, you would think he had won the race.
Thank you is not enough for these people, for these guys that is screaming, and that has incredible energy, and they are hot, and it's really, thanks is not enough. So I really love these guys.
What can Williams and Felipe Massa achieve together next year?
I hope a lot more than this year. I hope that we can developing even more the team, and I hope we can be there. I think we have everything to be there. So we just need, to improve little things, but follow what we're doing. Because if you see, I think maybe from the first to the last race, maybe the Williams was the team that improved more.
Nico's first win since Germany eroded Hamilton's lead and was surely a statement of intent ahead of Abu Dhabi.
It's close, but he must not finish higher than third. At the moment, I don't know who's going to be able to finish second. Maybe a Williams can do a lucky strike or something, and if not, okay, we also saw he made a mistake today, and so anything can happen in the last race. It'll be a good fight.
How important is that? Because Lewis said today he couldn't remember the last time he'd made a mistake in the race. The fact that you were perfect this weekend, topping every single session, and Lewis has been forced into a mistake.
Yeah, that's good to see, and I hope that it's slightly dented his confidence. I need to, do what I can.
The pendulum had swung back and forth, but now, after 18 races, it was all going to come down to Formula One's duel in the desert. Nico Rosberg had struck first in Australia.
Yes, come on guys, brilliant stuff. What a car you've given me.
But Lewis Hamilton bounced back with 4 wins in a row. Sparks flew in Bahrain and Spain, but the cracks really started to show in Monaco.
I fully understand that he's not happy.
Nico's mistake, ironically, meant that you couldn't improve on your lap, your feeling.
Yeah, it is ironic.
Rosberg won, but Mercedes didn't have it all their own way.
That's my pedal, my brake pedal's gone wrong.
Trouble struck in Montreal.
Both cars have the same problem. We don't think we can resolve it.
You've won the Canadian Grand Prix. Well done, your first win.
Daniel Ricciardo took the first of 3 wins. Qualifying problems cost Hamilton dear.
I've got fire, guys.
But then...
England!
Home Grand Prix win. Lap it up, boy.
It was an all-Williams front row in Austria, but Rosberg won the race and his home event in Germany.
Yes, thank you!
Nico was on the option type, so don't hold him up.
I'm not slowing down for Nico. Why is he not letting me through?
Their intense rivalry spilled over from Budapest to Spa.
Nico hit me. That's unbelievable, guys. I can't believe he hit me.
This is an absolutely unacceptable race for us. Unbelievable.
The relationship was clearly strained, but Hamilton went on to win another 4 in a row.
Great stuff. Awesome job, pal.
Thank you so much for all your hard work. Starting to really pay off.
From Monza, Rosberg looked vulnerable.
Okay, looks like you lock front and rears together. Just select first gear, try and select first gear.
But he fought back in Russia to finish second and complete another 1-2 for Mercedes, their 9th of the season, clinching the Constructors' Championship. Hamilton won again in the USA.
Keep pushing, Lewis. Keep pushing.
But overcooked it in Brazil.
Don't worry, Lewis. All's not lost, mate.
He finished second, but a resilient Rosberg was back and won the race. Hamilton's lead was just 17 points going into the final round at Abu Dhabi, and with double points on offer, there was everything to play for.
Have you talked to your dad at all coming into this weekend? Obviously a world champion himself. Any advice or anything that you can take in just to help you give that little edge?
My dad has given me his words of wisdom, which are I'm very thankful for, and he's going to be on the edge of his seat for sure. And there was funny. Some of the team were sending me through some articles of my dad's world championship win in 1982. You know how he came back in the end in the last day against some of the odds, and made it happen, and maybe that can be ominous.
It doesn't always go to plan, and I'm going to just do what I've been doing every race weekend. It's just trying to get the car into the sweet spot, trying to be able to push the car to the limit without losing time and all those kind of things. Nothing really changes this weekend.
Caterham returned for the final race with Will Stevens in for Marcus Ericsson. The young Englishman was half a second off teammate Kobayashi's pace in qualifying, but he wasn't at the back of the grid. Grosjean's power unit penalties meant that he would start from the back. That was until the Red Bull team were found guilty of allowing their wings to flex, more than was permitted by the regulations. They were excluded from qualifying and would start behind Grosjean. Rosberg got the top spot ahead of Hamilton, but with double points, he still needed to win and hope that Lewis finished third or lower. While a top two finish for Lewis would guarantee him the title. It was an emotional day for Vettel. He made his final race preparations as a Red Bull driver before he made the move to Ferrari for 2015. Rosberg had been part of the Mercedes F1 return since 2010. Had his time arrived? A final round title chance was nothing new to Lewis, but that didn't make it any easier. And as the sun began to set on the Yas Marina circuit, the race for the championship was about to get underway. But it was a pit lane start for the Red Bulls after they changed their front wing and nose assembly to comply with the regulations. Nicholas Hamilton was revved up while Vivian Rosberg kept a close watch. After 18 races, this was it. Showtime. Lewis was off like a rocket, but Nico's getaway was far from perfect. Bottas got bogged down while Alonso tried to get himself in the mix on its last race for Ferrari. The first hurdle had been overcome by Lewis. Magnussen was fighting for his Formula One future and found himself scrapping for 9th with the Force Indias. But a run-in with the Sauber of Sutil left both drivers with work to do. Kvyat's race came to a sudden end on lap 15 thanks to a problem with his drivetrain. It was hardly a befitting climax to what had been a fantastic debut season for the Russian. Both Mercedes drivers had made their first stops and Lewis led by 2.6 seconds. If both cars finished, Rosberg needed to win with Hamilton third or lower, so as things stood, Lewis would be champion. But with another round of stops to go, anything could happen. These were tense times on both sides of the Mercedes garage. The gap hovered at around 3 seconds. But now Rosberg looked to be in trouble, and Lewis started to pull away rapidly. There had to be a mechanical reason for Nico's drop in performance. Now, third-placed Massa loomed in his mirrors.
Okay, Nico, so at the moment ERS has failed, so all the brake energy is coming from the rear brakes, so we're happy with that.
But it feels like there's more than that. It's literally holding the brakes on the rear or something. So investigate that now, please, and tell me what I can do.
Okay, Felipe, Rosberg is losing power ahead. We made up 3 seconds on him in the last lap.
It was another helping hand for Hamilton. Rosberg had nothing to offer when Massa made his move. Vettel was 11th ahead of Maldonado, but Lotus's last race with Renault Power didn't exactly go down in a blaze of glory.
Engine.
Okay. Power off, please. Go to P0, please, Pastor. P0. Sorry about that, mate. You're looking good.
Hamilton made his second trip to the pits at the end of lap 31. Out on track, Nico was still third, but he was due in for another stop.
Okay, so just watch for Lewis exiting the pit lane. Don't fight him. We're trying to make it to the end with the best pace.
Lewis didn't take any chances. But with Nico hugely disadvantaged, he knew he didn't have to. He waited for DRS and got the job done cleanly. It was all going to plan for Hamilton, but terribly wrong for Rosberg.
How am I looking for that position finish that I need in case Lewis drops out?
It's not good at the moment, Nico, not good at the moment.
Well, what the hell does that mean? What do I need to do on pace?
Just drive flat out, that's all you can do, Nico.
Williams had taken a gamble and put Massa on a long middle stint, so for the moment he led the race. While teammate Bottas had recovered well and was back up to fourth. When Felipe took to the pits on lap 43, he handed the lead back to Lewis, but he still had an eye on that top step of the podium.
So Massa has fitted the super soft. He's fitted the super soft. Let's just keep the pace up.
Hamilton couldn't afford to relax. But Rosberg refused to give up.
What position am I heading for?
So Nico, possibly P5 if you can keep Hulkenberg behind you behind. He is on option tyres, so will start to degrade.
Nico's ailing car had let him down. He couldn't stop the Force India from taking 7th. It was the beginning of the end. Ricciardo had clawed his way back from his pit lane start. He rejoined 4th after his final stop, behind the Williams of Bottas. While Rosberg's day just got worse and worse.
So Nico, box, box, box. Too many problems with the car. Box, box, box.
I would like to go to the end.
Stand by. We're happy for you to continue.
It was heartbreaking for Nico, but for Lewis, it was just a perfect day.
Congratulations, Lewis, 2014 World Champion, first Mercedes-Benz champion since Fangio. And I'm going to hand you over to Prince Harry.
Lewis, thank you very, very much for not letting or making the British public sweat. You are an absolute legend. Well done, mate.
World champion! Oh my God! I can't believe it! Thank you so much, guys! Woo!
Lewis, well done. You're an absolute legend. Yes, Lewis, you're allowed to do donuts.
Can I do donuts? They said no, I said yes.
And as the 4th British driver to become a double world champion, it was a proud moment for the boy from Stevenage. And it received the royal seal of approval. His 11th win was the perfect way to complete his title dream, and the 16th win of the year for Mercedes set a new record in Formula One.
Thank you. What do you say now? Your man.
With his old karting number 44 on the car, Hamilton had done it. This was an especially proud moment for his family. They'd been there through good times and bad, and had arrived on race day to see him realise his dream. Nico managed to bring his car home 14th. Beaten, but unbowed. The release of emotion was clear on both sides of the barrier.
Yeah, all right,
While Massa jumped for joy at his best results of the year. Lewis had made his mark. But it would take some time before it really sank in.
Yeah, we did it, we did it. Oh, man.
A gracious Nico was humble in defeat.
Well, very disappointed now with the ending, of course. But yeah, congratulations to Lewis. He deserves to be champion this year. And yeah, for me, of course, not a nice ending now. But the technical problem didn't have any impact on today. I don't think, anyways. Of course, I could have tried to put the pressure, keep the pressure on and things like that. But you know, Lewis was up there, so. So from that point of view, we shouldn't focus too much on that. And all in all, it's been a great season for the team. You know, I'm proud to be a part of that. And Lewis was that little bit better driver this year, a tiny bit in the races only. And so he deserves the win. And for me, you know, there's some great things about this year. Like I've been quicker in qualifying now over the 2 years, and that's a very, very good base to work on. I need to work a little bit on my racing, tiny bit, and just if I find that little bit for next year, then good to go.
Hamilton just enjoyed the moment. And thanks the masses of British fans who'd made the trip to see their favourite driver take victory and his second title. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Lighting up the night sky, Lewis Hamilton had successfully ridden the roller coaster of an up and down season.
Lots of highs and lows. Coming into this race, I said I wouldn't have changed it for the world because I learned a lot through those experiences, and more so the way I came out of those experiences was what was the most empowering.
There have only been 3 men that have done what you've done who are British. You've got Graham Hill, Jackie Stewart with 3 titles, and Jim Clark as well. You're in very hallowed territory. Does that feel special? Does it feel emotional?
It feels amazing. It feels unreal to hear my name in amongst those legends. You know, growing up, I remember being in karting and seeing those names. Again, I would never in a million years thought that my name would be up alongside theirs. So I feel very proud and privileged to be amongst the legends of the sport. And it's very cool to think, you know, in God knows how many years, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever, I'll be in that list. And I feel proud to have put the Hamilton name up there.
Williams got their first double podium finish since 2005. It was a great result from Ricciardo after his pit lane start. Button was 5th ahead of Hulkenberg and Perez. But it was disappointment for Vettel and Alonso as they looked to a future with new teams. After the 2 Mercedes drivers, Ricciardo was best of the rest. Bottas beat Vettel and Alonso, and Button was 8th. Former champions Red Bull were 2nd, while Williams enjoyed their best finish in over a decade, ahead of Ferrari and McLaren. Marussia scored 2 points, but Sauber and Caterham failed to score. In a season dominated by Mercedes, the Drivers' Championship came down to the wire in Abu Dhabi. With 11 wins, 7 pole positions and 7 fastest laps, ultimately the 2014 season belonged to Lewis Hamilton.